Allegiance. Mike, would you lead us in that?
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Just a quick note, we want to welcome Mike Whitney to the board. Mike was elected at a special meeting last Wednesday, and so he joins us for the first time tonight. He was sworn in by the town clerk a little bit earlier tonight, so we welcome him to the board.
Thank you.
Do we have any
No,
visitors or delegations?
We recognized our retirees last week.
Okay. The next portion of our agenda are comments from citizens. This is the portion of the agenda where the board welcomes comments from citizens. Each presentation should be limited to 5 minutes or less. Citizens should, if possible, submit written comments. Presentation should be related to matters pertinent to Groton. Board members will only ask questions in order to clarify the speaker's presentation and cannot respond during the comments of citizens portion of the board meeting. Citizens should make their presentations from the podium and state their names and addresses for the record. I know that we do have someone in person.
I'm Ellen Safransky, and I live at 401 Sandy Hollow Road. I wanted to start with reading the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Statement of Groton Public Schools because I refer to it later, and it's always good to review what our mission statement is. Groton Public Schools embraces policies and practices that ensure that all people, especially those who have been historically marginalized based on race, ethnicity, disability, sexual orientation, gender, age, socioeconomic status, immigrant status, educational status, or religion, have equitable opportunities. We acknowledge that systems of racial and economic injustice exist in our nation and in our community. However, as educators, we too recognize that we have the power to dismantle the practices, policies, and systems that perpetuate inequalities. Thus, an integral component of Groton Public Schools' mission is to cultivate an environment of diversity, equity, and inclusiveness. As a response, we strive to foster culturally responsive teaching and learning practices to ensure all groups feel valued, actively engaged, and empowered. So I'm here tonight on behalf of the students of Groton with disabilities. I have two sons in the school system with Down syndrome. And I was looking forward to my son, who is a freshman at Fitch, enjoying the opportunities that were afforded to my other four children who have graduated. Things like sports, music, clubs, and friends that meet up outside of school. I knew that I would have to facilitate his participation in these extracurricular activities in a different way than one would with a neurotypical child. I would have to be made aware of what was happening at the school so that he would be able to choose the activities. I realized in September that I would have to be the driving force obtaining information as it was not flowing from the school to us in a thoughtful way. I discovered that the system for including neurotypical children in activities at the middle school and at the high school was faulty. Some school clubs were announced by email, and not all students have access to their email. Notices were hung on school walls, and verbal communications were made. Emails were sent to a select group where blind carbon copy is used for confidentiality. I don't know other families at the high school with kids with disabilities, and I don't know the kids. I don't know them like I knew my daughter's teammates, her classmates, and their families. Those people were on my contact list. As a family with children with intellectual disabilities, we very much operate in a silo. It is different from having children who can talk with each other and make plans outside of school. It is different for students who have phones and can communicate easily. In my case, there needs to be parental involvement to help facilitate advocacy. Hey, I heard about a unified prom, Dov. It's coming up. There's going to be food, dancing. Is that something you might want to do? Those are the conversations that had to take place. It was great. He went. At Fitch and then at Groton Middle School, there were activities I discovered that were not made accessible to students with disabilities because of the way they were communicated, or maybe that they were made available to some. I really can't be sure. I've inquired, but I have not been made privy to the system of thought out inclusion. But I do know that Parent Square was not used to disseminate information to all qualifying students. For example, the Unified CIAC webpage supplies templates to be sent out to students and their parents, not just the students, explaining the program and the offering participation. To fully be true to the Groton Public Schools system's diversity, equity, and inclusion statement that I read, the unified notification should be sent to a database of qualified students. And those qualifications are listed on the unified page. It is easy to write off students with intellectual disabilities. If they have communication difficulty, which most do, how are they going to advocate for themselves? How are they going to relay opportunities from the school to their parents? And I have to admit, in my particular situation, there is more parental responsibility with IEPs, medical appointments, therapies, and then extra supervision. I'm not complaining because I understand that these children have much to offer me and others. I'm just saying that inequities are easily missed. I'm going to quote Judith Heumann, who was a very, very important disability rights activist in the 1960s, 70s, and even in the 90s. She said in her book, in her memoir, I like her quotes. They really ring true to me, and some of the things that I see now since I have the boys. Okay, right there was our catch-22. Because the country was so inaccessible, disabled people had a hard time getting out and doing things, which made us invisible. So we were easy to discount and ignore. Until institutions were forced to accommodate us, we would remain locked out and invisible. And as long as we were locked out and invisible, no one would ever see our true force and dismiss us. And as I've witnessed this year, it is easy for others to choose what they feel is suitable involvement for these students, and at what level involvement is good enough to offer. We should be teaching these students self-advocacy, but to do so, they would have to be given the information in a way that is fair to them. Another quote from Judith Heumann is, part of the problem is that we tend to think that equality is about treating everybody the same, when it's not. It's about fairness. It's about the equity of access. And now this part is really hard for me to say, but the extracurricular activities involving students with disabilities could be thought of a good place to cut costs and have lower budgets. The reduction in opportunities is hideable for reasons I already mentioned. I had to wonder about this practice a few times this year from our experiences. I bet back in the 1990s, municipalities were not jumping at the idea of spending money to redesign sidewalks, but it became law, and they had to do it. Now we have this diversity, equity, inclusion statement for Groton Public Schools. Why do we have it if we're not going to follow it? Will it cost money? Perhaps. Is it the right thing to do? Yes. Frankly, do I have 1 minute left, or is that the end?
Yep, you do have a minute.
Okay. Frankly, I'd like to see Groton Public Schools walk the talk. There needs to be a policy for communications to the special education community in a way that is suitable for them. Undoubtedly, this involves families, despite it being middle school and high school. And I just have one more indirectly related thought. I know that caring people go into teaching, coaching, and specifically special education because they want to help others experience a life of fulfillment. It has potential to be an extremely rewarding vocation when you are not overloaded with cases and paperwork which takes you away from what you originally thought you were signing on for. I'm afraid of cuts to our special education department, as I sense the staff is already overstretched. I fear we will have difficulty retaining professionals who want to dedicate their skills to teaching this wonderful, deserving population of students, but feel overwhelmed by restrictions, naysayers, and the paperwork. And that is it. Thank you very much for hearing me. Oh, and I did want to just thank you for serving and volunteering for our town, because it's a beautiful day out, and look at where you are. So thank you. I really appreciate it, and I notice how much work you do for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any clarifications?
I'd love to get the letter so I can share it with a few people. I did take some good notes, but I definitely want to share it with some of my staff. So thank you. You really brought up some good points.
Unified sports
Yep, terrific.
paper.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
That's at the next, that's at the next. Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Yes. Good evening, folks. My name is Ernie Koschmieder, 1 Eastern Point Road, City of Groton. I'm also the Food Service Director. I apologize in advance for the conversation we're about to have. A financial incident happened last week. My staff received paperwork from the business office that day that, unfortunately, I was out having elective surgery, indicating that $92,107 was being taken from my child nutrition nonprofit account that is meant 100% for the students and their well-being. I heard this from my staff and not directly from any of my supervisors. It is unfortunate that I had to hear it from my own staff and that I was never part of the discussion or the process or of this being taken from students, which, make no mistake, it is being taken from students, okay? So these funds are state and federal reimbursements. These are not local taxpayer funds. It is my duty to notify the State Department of Ed and the USDA regarding the removal of $92,107 that was taken on May 21st. Okay? I was told by both parties that this was not an allowable expense by the district, and that I need to duly notify the Board of Ed at tonight's meeting that this happened, because I don't know who or who does not know that this transaction occurred. So that's why I'm here. This is just a notification thing. I was told by both parties that this was not allowable, as I mentioned, and that it's important that you guys know that. All members, along with the superintendents, need to know that in the event that the nonprofit account runs dry, and trust me, if you come to the well and take water away, I'm 90 days out. It's a cycle. There won't be enough money in the account, which means I'm bringing you a stack of invoices you're responsible for me to pay, along with the payroll, repairs, and all the food costs associated with it. There's money there to do so now, but if you take it, it won't be there. Down the road, 5-6 months, you'll be responsible for that. Take that in consideration. Okay, furthermore, the State Department has sent an outline that clearly states, and I have it with me to provide to the acting business manager and superintendent, that you cannot go back in the rears, meaning you can't charge me for things which you are going all the way back to last July 1st, okay? You cannot go back in the rears. You can attempt to charge me for May and June because it's current. It clearly states that in the State Department of Ed and a USDA. So the State Department will be reaching out to the superintendent looking for roughly $82,620 back as a refund from the money that you took that is unallowable. They'll be setting up a conference call with the superintendent to see if she's aware, see if the superintendents are aware, and the business official, and they'll discuss it and find a way to get the money back before the end of this fiscal year. So don't go spend the money quite yet, because you got $82,000 that's coming back to me. Over the last 8 years, I have never come before this board or any previous board saying, I'm out of money, I need help, you got to cut me a check. Never, ever. I don't cost this board or this district a single cent. I cover all my own payroll, all my own refrigeration repairs. We cover all expenses. I pay all my employee benefits. I even put in the district match of the employee contribution into their SAA. HSA, one of those. But I pay it all. Don't ask you guys for a single dime. Everything we do is for the kids of Groton, and I'm going to stand up for their right because I'm their voice. Again, I am self-supporting on all levels: payroll, hardware, updates, equipment, training. I take care of it all. And heck, I even write most of all of my own grants, where I go out there and I find money for the district, meaning food services, to help. I write my own with the help of Shannon Weigel on some of the USDA ones because she's great at wordsmithing, right? She does a great job. To date, I brought in $315,864. This is an average for me. I average $250,000 every year that I go out there and find. People don't come to me. I go out there and find. I was very upset to hear that this Board of Ed has chosen now to take funds from students. There is no easy way to sugarcoat this, like I mentioned before. You're taking away from kids. I'm going to have to cut back programming, cut back on the quality of the food if you were to keep taking amounts like that. My department and all of its funds are only to be used for the benefit of these kids, with nutrition meaning meals and programs associated, fresh produce, and said such, not to be used for budget woes. I fully understand and sympathize that the current state of affairs is not the greatest, but looking at taking food from children is not the answer. You need to look elsewhere. And I will always stand up and protect these kids' rights, like I said, because that's what I do. I do it on a state level, a local level, and a federal level, all the time. Two things that really hit me was the fact that nobody asked me or told me the plan. I wasn't in on this. I wish somebody had approached me and says, hey, Ern, here's what we're thinking. Here's how we can do it. We're going to use these funds and that. I would have clearly indicated to you guys, you cannot take these funds. Let's look for another way or whatever. And I have a suspicion that the author of this is no longer with us in this room tonight, because I was hoping he would be, but he is not, because I would have told him so, and this was wrong when they attempted it in Hartford. I mean, honestly, did anyone really think I wouldn't miss $92,000? It's not like it's $5,000 or $10,000. That's a huge amount. That's a huge amount, right? And I'm doing my job that you hired me to do, to be a good steward of this department and not cost you a dime, and watch every cent and make sure that the bank, we're not getting fraud in all of this. And I'm doing my job. And that's why I'm here to tell you. I would have at least offered up my 2-year plan, tell you what I got coming up. Mr. Kennedy and I are in the middle of a $22,000 system upgrade that was supposed to last 5 years. We squeezed 8 years out of it. We're in the middle. We're 3/4 through that. That's $22,000 that I plan to spend. That's there. But if you guys keep taking money like this, I wouldn't have those funds to be able to upgrade our system and everything. But nobody's had the conversation with me. I could have told you that. And why USDA and state require me to have 3 months capital on hand. I don't have the 3 months on hand as required already before you were going to take $90,000+, and I would have been able to explain this why and all that good stuff. But I was never given the opportunity. Moreover, the real kicker was back in COVID when we shut down and went hybrid. My staff, along with everybody else practically in the district, headed for the hills. We had no idea what this sickness was or how it affected. All we knew is we had to hurry up and find masks and shields and all that good stuff. And thank goodness for Sam, he found me some of that stuff, and thanking you for Matthew and his folks. They found me masks and delivered them. I didn't know Matthew from Adam till he reached out to me and offered masks and stuff. So everybody was there, but 12 members of my staff and myself, within 2 days, we switched and we were out in that community serving meals, along with Sam and his driver and a vehicle. We were out there doing this. We didn't ask, well, I want more money, I want this, I want that. Never did we. But our community and our kids, which is my mission, always, always, and always will, came first. We were out there, and the part that really got me was I asked Lawyer Lapine, listen, can we give my staff $1,500, $1,200, $1,000, $500, $20? Everybody was talking about COVID relief money. Districts were giving $3 and $4 and $5 more an hour to their cafeteria workers. New London, Norwich gave $4. Stonington gave them $1,500 bonus. What did Groton give? Nothing. I asked. Was being told, well, you know, if we do it for one group, I got to do it for another. I'm like, there's no other group here. There's just us. Nothing. Nothing ever came of it. That was really the heart-wrenching part, because in this, you guys are actually charging me $900 a month for trash. Now we value paying my staff, you guys, $900 a month for trash out of my money when I couldn't even give my 12 people $1,200 or $1,500 or whatever it may be. That wasn't a consideration back then, and shame on us all for that, right? Nothing ever came of it. But did we ever complain? No, we didn't, because that's what we do. We take care of our kids first. So imagine my heartbreak when people were getting paid, you know, all this kind of stuff, and then I get hit with $94,000, you know, that I did not know of, and I wish I did. I wanted to be part of the conversation. I always do, but I wasn't. I was heartbroken that people that I just cherish, you know, would not have this conversation with me, and then they just went and did it. And never told me about it. I had to hear from staff. That's the part. I'm supposed to be a director, someone that's doing a great job for you guys that I have over the 11 years. Anyways, I did my part. I duly notified you guys about the federal funds and stuff. I will always be the voice and advocate for these kids. I'm always going to stay on this high road. I am not coming down to your level. I am not coming on that low road. I'm going to, tonight it's done, it's over with, water under the bridge, you know what I mean? And I'm going to keep on focusing, and I'm just thrilled to know that we're going to be getting our money back for these kids, and that the district and the state can work out a plan. If you were to do indirect charges or direct charges, you can do so if you set up a 12-month plan with the State Department of Ed, and they go through it and they approve it. They'll give you what you're asking for. That's reasonable. That's all. But just know you just can't pop into an account because you see some money sitting there. It's not free money. This is for these kids. Thank you so much. And like I say, all due respect, I don't mean to sound harsh. I'm just very loud to begin with, but it was my duty to tell you guys this so you've been fully notified. Because I don't know who knows and who doesn't. And if anybody doesn't have a copy of the expenses that you were going to charge me and the cash check, there's copies here in case it wasn't in your packet. And I'll leave it with Sam, you know, if he wants to do what he would like with it. But it's right there.
Sam, I'll take that because I'll have a meeting after this.
Anyways, thank you very much for your time. I probably went over. I apologize.
Is there anyone else who would like to address the board? Is there anyone online? Oh.
Is this someone's phone here? Mm-hmm. Did you leave your phone?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Good evening, Chairman, Superintendent, Board of Ed. My name is Jean-Claude Amboise. I live at 169 Shenecosset Parkway. I am the RTM moderator representing District 2. Due to the nature of my business as an RTM member, I'm pretty limited on what I can say during deliberations in my body, but I wanted to speak to you all freely and professionally about the recent budget approvals. So as you all know, the RTM as a group approved the 7.9% increase. We restored that funding by a 2/3 vote. If you didn't know, that vote was very close for getting restored. So by no means was it a mandate. I feel that there were some fair amount of questions that needed to be asked and answered by this group as well as the superintendent. So that's why I came to you this evening. The questions that the body has, including myself, are not over. So I would hope that this group would be able to answer some of those questions that we had as a body moving forward, in particular, where the cuts and the reductions are going in the employment workforce. Also, the update to the new budgeting software so it can better align with what the town of Groton is using so that we can do an apples-to-apples comparison rather than a apples-to-Excel comparison. I thank you, Board Member White for bringing that up on how it needs to be updated. And then I also wanted to at least apprise you of what some of our discussions were after the conclusion of our budget hearing, where the CIP for auditorium, there was a lot of discussion back and forth on whether or not the town of Groton, if the board receives a grant, would it go back to the capital improvement fund? And I'm hoping that this group makes the decision to do that, because there are discussions right now through the RTM discussing whether or not they wanted to have a letter written to you all asking for this. So I'm hoping you all will do the right thing by that in order to get that done. There were questions that I had delivered to our membership through the chair and superintendent. I appreciate for that. There are still some unanswered questions that are going to need to get a little bit more clarification on. The one that I'm going to, again, say with all due respect is the superintendent had discussed about non-contractual employees here in this building. I guess there was a miscommunication on myself on the wordplay of that. I was more specific to collective bargaining agreements, meaning i.e. union folks rather than at-will employees. The increase for this building's officials that fall under or contracts were about 2%. I also asked the question on whether or not the superintendent, in lieu of this tight budget season, would be willing to take a salary freeze. She said no, for the interest of equity. Again, just to kind of connect to the town of Groton, our town manager respectfully took a pay freeze even after we wanted to restore it for him, knowing that this was a tight budget year and there were increased costs to the taxpayers. So I would hope that that still could be reconsidered. And then lastly, the biggest item of clarification would need to be about the health insurance. We know that there was a huge spike in health insurance costs this year. There was not a lot of clarification, in my opinion, as to why these funds were used in other ways, and I know that there were some questions about that. So I believe that we all, as a board, as the town council, as RTM, should be coordinating, communicating, and collaborating to try to rectify this situation, because as one of the biggest things as the RTM that I've seen throughout the years was the MBR. And again, we have to pay the health insurance increases for the fact that we have collective bargaining. However, that's not, in my opinion, helping students increase learning outcomes, closing achievement gaps, fixing food service issues, and also including inclusion measures for individuals with exceptionalities. So my request for you is to let's work together for that. And finally, I'm hoping that in at least this June meeting or July meeting, once this group decides what they are planning on doing with this budget that was approved by the RTM and the town council, to come with an update. Since I've been moderator, there is an agenda item for superintendent of schools. With all due respect, you haven't shown up, I mean, besides our joint meeting, so I would like to see you or the chair or their designee in attendance to keep us up to date on what's going on with the schools, so that we can proactively work on the items pertinent to Groton. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board? Is there anyone online?
No one's hand is raised.
Okay, so at this point, we have a response to comments from citizens. I have something to say, then Andrea had indicated, and then Matthew, and then Jen. First of all, Ms. Safransky, thank you very much for coming out tonight. I know it's difficult to address a board in an online audience. I would like to get a report from what we can do to better that situation, as well as I'll be adding a referral to see how we can work on making sure that all students truly are served and included. To Ernie, you know how much I value your partnership over the years. I have seen the work you do, not only in the schools, but in the summer food program down at Eastern Point Beach. Yours is an amazing department, and we are so proud. I just would like to make a little clarification that when you say that the board decided, it wasn't the Board of Education, but the district. Somewhere along the way, this decision was made, and I don't think anyone on the board is aware or was aware that that happened, but we definitely will make it right. Your department, will be made whole, and we will also make sure that anything going forward is appropriate and equitable. And to the moderator of the RTM, I personally will make sure that either the superintendent or myself will be attending meetings and giving you more updates. And thank you for coming out this evening. Andrea.
Thank you. I wanted to thank, I don't know your last name.
Mr. Fransky.
Okay, you. I wanted to thank you. And I just wanted to add something to make things clear in the people who are watching us, to make things clear in their minds. It's easy to say we should have inclusion and we have a mission statement and blah, blah, blah. However, I went to a conference maybe 25 years ago, and the presenter said it, what you're advocating for, said it in such a way that was so clear to me, it put it in perspective. And I'm going to give that story to the audience who's watching. He said that there was a class that the teacher was trying to involve in an exercise activity. And every child in the class was given a yardstick, 3 feet. And what they were tasked to do was to touch the ceiling and jump by jumping. One of the kids in the class was 6 feet 6. All the rest of them were 5 feet. What looks like fairness was not fair at all. And I just wanted to put that in perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew?
Jen's first.
I think it was Matthew and then Jen.
Okay, fine. First of all, to all three of the presenters, my deep thanks. Wasn't a happy thing to hear, but very important that each of you expressed what you did. Mr. Safransky, I tried to take some notes. Obviously, I'm only speaking for myself, and I'm not representing it as the board. I would love to see your suggestions, your concrete suggestions that we could consider as we move forward. With regard, Ernie, I hope that the board will get a copy of that document ASAP. Mr., is it Amboise or Amboise?
Amboise.
Amboise, thank you. Again, I took notes. You covered a lot. I would like to know at some point what you understand to have been the use of health insurance funds that you found of concern. I've heard that articulated. I'd like to know what that means from your perspective. Also, as I said to Mr. Fransky, additional suggestions you have for our consideration, I would love to see them. Shoot us all an email if you feel it appropriate. Thank you.
Jen?
In no particular order.
Microphone.
But I wanted
Jen,
Hey,
can
Jen.
you turn it on and push it closer to yourself?
in no particular order, but I do want to address Ernie first. I will tell you, I was not aware of this. I don't believe anyone on the board was aware of this. This is the second time this board has been caught with activities in that similar fashion where the director was not communicated on firsthand, to me, that is disrespectful of, like, any governing body. So I personally would like the board to look into that and what happened there, that lack of communication, that breach of trust that we have. But I can tell you one thing, the board did not sanction whatever was directed your way, and that will be reviewed. In regards, Ms. Safransky, in regards to your communication, I totally understand where you're coming from. I have a son who's at Fitch. He gets, I get Parent Square, and sometimes I don't even know things that are going on. So whatever suggestions that you have that can better communicate. I just have a teenager who doesn't communicate half the things, so, because he chooses to forget or whatever. But and I just sometimes look at Parent Square. So if there's anything, I would love to listen to what you have for suggestions to make it better, and that people feel included, because high school is a tough time already, and to feel like you don't belong or you don't fit in, that is just not acceptable in any form. So thank you for speaking up. We didn't, once again, didn't know, like, unless somebody says something, we won't know, and we won't have the opportunity to fix it. So thank you for coming out tonight. And Moderator Ambrose, last but not least, even though I am not the chair or the superintendent, I will make a commitment to show up to some of the RTM meetings as best I can. I probably won't be able to offer anything, but at least I can bring information back. That's it.
Adrian? Ian?
All right. Ms. Safransky, I appreciate you speaking. I heard all of that loud and clear, and I echo, what our chairman said. It'll be hopefully on the referral list to be discussed. I heard two things there. One is communication between the school system and parents of students with needs. So maybe that, I don't know. I've read through a lot of the policies, and I don't remember seeing if there's a specific policy on that, but maybe we can look into that or talk about that, at least to make sure that there's a procedure for that. And then the events themselves, which I think your ideas would be, appreciated, and hopefully we can talk about that in a meeting coming soon. Ernie, I also was unaware of this and find it a bit shocking. So hopefully we will be discussing this as a board and finding a way to resolve this issue. And JC, I appreciate you speaking. I find it hard to sit through a lot of more meetings, but I will make it a point to be present with some of the RTM meetings as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say, Mr. Fransky, thank you for coming out, and I do share the concerns, and I echo the sentiments of many here. And I'll be looking to work with, through the policy committee, or, hopefully the communications committee will get a few meetings in here soon, and we can get a look at what can be done to improve the situation. And of course, I echo my colleagues' sentiments in encouraging any more suggestions and more detail that you can share that you think would be helpful. To that end, I would like to ask that all the copies of all the documents that were submitted tonight be forwarded to the whole board as soon as possible. And Ernie, I'm distraught and upset to hear of this. And as Ms. White identified, this is the second time that the board has been notified of something rather shocking and substantial in real time. I definitely was not notified nor would have approved any sort of maneuver such as that. So to that end, I think, it's been discussed loosely here and there, but I think it is time that the board consider a policy, and I'll make a referral later tonight, that we have a $10,000 threshold, that any shift of monies within the budget of over a certain threshold, maybe 10,000 is not the number.
Yeah.
But we have to look at that and figure out, what, we have to have approval on things like this so that we are not caught unawares. We are ultimately the check and balance and the representation of the community. And as far as the moderator's concerns, a lot of the questions that were brought forth were things that were also identified throughout the Board of Education's budget deliberations. Especially when it comes to the software, I was the one who made the motion to approve to add money in for transfer of over to a better system, and also made the referral, made a motion to form a budget ad hoc budget procedure committee, which hopefully will come to fruition very soon, wherein we look at how we present the budget to the town in a far more clear and concise fashion, very much modeled on the town manager's budget for the town, as far as table of contents, narratives, department heads, initial requests, all that kind of format. We need far more clarity and detail in order to, which circles back to Mr. Fransky's comments. That's how we make sure that, we have proper allocations in proper departments to provide the support to those who need it the most. So, yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ernie, I didn't speak to you at all. And I want to say I am astounded, in particular, knowing how you work with the children in the district. I am astounded, and I apologize for, when it comes down to it, we're the ones, aren't we? Even though we didn't know anything about it, we're the ones. So I apologize for all of us. I'm astounded.
Any other responses to comments from citizens? Okay, hearing none, we will move to superintendent administration reports.
Student representative.
Oh, I'm sorry, student representative report, my mistake. Do we have? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Actually, you can come sit here if you like. Or stand here.
I don't have a whole lot tonight, just because it's, I know, it's the end of the year and everything's kind of wrapping up. Thank you, Dad. So I know we have a lot of senior events going on, because I happen to be a senior. We have our senior trip, which is fully paid for by the senior class, because we had such a good fundraiser a couple months ago. That's next week. Senior prom is also next week. Everybody's picking up their caps and gowns, which is kind of exciting. I should pick mine up today, because graduation is in 2.5 weeks, and it's getting really close. Yeah, they're just a bunch of senior things, and they're doing some things for the underclassmen as we're coming to the end of the year. I know final exams are coming up. I, fortunately, do not have any, but I know a lot of people do, and I think everybody's kind of prepared for that, so I guess we'll see how everyone does. And then because, I'm graduating in 2.5 weeks, this is my last board meeting, and I've been in the school district for 12 years, 1st to 12th grade, and I've never had a problem with it, and I know my dad's only been on the board for a few years. I've only been doing this representative thing for a couple of years, but the 12 years I've been in the district, I've really enjoyed it. I think everything you guys do is great, and I really appreciate it. So I just want to thank everybody for that, whether you're a new board member or somebody who's been here for a long time. And then I have a little message from David, who unfortunately couldn't be here tonight. He says he wishes he could be there, but he can't. And he wishes you all the best and is very appreciative of all the work that you guys do and support you've given him. Won't be easily forgotten. But yeah, I think everything I do it doesn't go unnoticed. Everybody sees it. But that's all I have.
Thank you.
Zoe.
Thank you very much for
Thank you.
serving.
We have the NHS induction ceremony tonight. I totally forgot about it because I just came from there and I will be going back. But I remember mine last year. It was quite the event, and I think the incoming class, even though it's a little smaller, I think they'll still be really good. So I'm proud of you, juniors.
Quick question. The senior awards night, when is that and
That
what
is
time?
Next week, Tuesday the 4th at 6 or 6:30. I don't remember, but
Right.
I think
Very
it's
good.
6:30.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think that's why we had to reschedule a meeting.
Thank you.
Because we knew we had some parents of seniors too.
Yes.
And I wanted to be there.
Okay, so superintendent and administration reports.
All right. So what I'd like to do is brief you a little bit on our literacy, K through 5, and I see Lisa is on as well, and we've been part of a master class, which I think I explained to you through CAPS and the Connecticut State Department of Education. We're in a cohort 3, and really their goal is to really train these literacy teams throughout the state. And this kind of work is really important. So superintendents involved, assistant superintendent, Lisa, who's our director of literacy, and several principals and literacy coaches. So we have a team of about 10 to 12. And we've shown up for every single meeting, and we've been through a course. It's like a graduate course. But it's really important. There was actually an article written about how important it is for our leaders to understand this very deeply, this work of science of reading. And so I'll make sure I send that out to everyone. But one of the things that we are to do, and I think our last meeting is next week, we come together with other districts from across the state, and we need to present the work that we've done. And I said to Lisa today, it's really directly aligned, this presentation that we're doing, and this work in the master class is directly aligned with the work that we have done this year. And so with that, you know, I'm really pleased of what's been accomplished from the teachers and the, you know, leaders and the staff and everyone who's been involved. We had a visit today. We did a walk through, a literacy learning walk at Catherine Kolnowski, and we had our, really our CAPS representative, who's a retired superintendent, who came for the walk. Her name is Danny Therabolt, and so she was really impressed with what she saw in every single classroom, and we really feel like it's going to help unlock the coding in reading early on, and it's going to only see more progress throughout the grades. So we were really impressed with what we saw in all the classrooms and the kids' engagement. And so what I'd like to do is be able to share this little video clip, and I'd like to put it on the website. The next part of this work is to really inform parents about this shift with the science of reading. We've always had the science of reading, but we're really shifting to make it really more accessible for all kids. So, Caitlin Brown, could you put up the video clip? It's only 3 minutes, but it gives you a sense, and it gives our community a sense of the work that's being done in Groton. I see a little window, but I'm not sure that we're going to see the whole thing.
Can you just make sure the microphone that's pointing at the speaker is on and unmuted?
Yep.
This is Groton Public Schools Ignite presentation. Our Groton Dream Team has been working tirelessly to bring current reading research and evidence-based practices back to our district teachers and staff. At the beginning of the year, we had an extensive plan for PD, which included supporting teachers in understanding
Caitlin, we're seeing something else.
implementation of U5 foundations. We also ensured that we supported our teachers with the appropriate phonics materials necessary to teach U5 foundations with integrity. We also made a plan for the administration of Dibble's M class. Our literacy team at every building administers the assessment 3 times a year in order to allow our teachers to focus their time and energy on understanding their new phonics curriculum. This year, we included embedded coaching cycles based on data analysis. We would meet as grade-level teams across the district, analyze our universal screener data, as well as our formative data. This year, we conducted building-based literacy walkthroughs. We adapted the literacy look force to a more user-friendly document. and used these as opportunities to witness high-quality instruction, which in turn supported reflective conversations. In order to deepen our district's knowledge of the science of reading, all K-5 staff were provided with a copy of Shifting the Balance. We also invited Margie Gillis to provide professional development to our staff to create consistency around our vision of current reading research. This year, as we move towards a state-approved core curriculum, we invested in GEO's decodable text libraries for our K-2 staff, so that our teachers could become familiar with the text. Next year, they will be expected to use these texts in small groups with integrity. Additionally, as we move towards a state-approved curriculum, we began working with the Hill for Literacy in a curriculum review process. We spent 20 hours total reviewing Wit and Wisdom and EL education. Through this review process, we have decided to adopt Wit and Wisdom as part of our core ELA compendium. We will now ensure that staff have the resources needed to teach this new resource with integrity. We also have a plan for PD. This includes introducing the new resource to our teachers before the school year is out, and working with Wit and Wisdom's literacy consultants beginning in August and continuing through the rest of the year. We have also decided to continue our building level instructional rounds to create district-wide consistency, as well as giving our grade level teams opportunities to work together across the district to share successes and to problem solve. As we move towards year 2, we also have a plan to support our caregivers. Since our caregivers are an integral part of the educational process, we will begin the year with providing all caregivers a curriculum overview. We've learned a lot this year. We've learned about the power of research-based instruction and how the brain works in learning how to read. We've also learned that we need to clarify our expectations for classroom application as we move towards a science of reading core ELA curricula. We also have learned that we need celebrations. This is all very hard work, and we must have opportunities to celebrate risk-taking and student growth. We are looking forward to next year and seeing our students succeed and flourish with a scientific, research-based core ELA curriculum. Thank you.
So that's something we definitely want to get out to families, and, we are looking forward to, making sure our families are aware of some of the changes that are coming down the pike. So it's exciting work, and we test drove this before we have to share it with the masterclass folks next week, but we wanted you to see it. And I know that we're going to be coming up for a vote later on tonight. So this, we thought we would brief you and the community on a piece of this work. So did anybody have any questions for us, or?
I know we had an entire committee of the whole where the literacy was discussed, and there'll be more opportunity later in this meeting. So just for those that are watching at home, we're not going into this in a vacuum. It has been discussed and will be discussed further tonight.
All right, yeah, I guess I just wanted to clarify that there's going to be a vote on this later tonight as far as and there'll be an opportunity to discuss it in more detail then. Mm-hmm. And if I remember correctly, the timeline that we're working on, if we vote and if we pass it tonight, then that'll enable the administration to begin the more sort of rollout district-wide, so to better prepare for next year?
Yes.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments at this point?
Ian, just to support what you're saying, I actually have a plan to be in the school tomorrow if it is approved tonight.
Excellent.
All right. Thank you. So I guess the next reports we have, our Director of Finance, our interim director, Ray Engel, is here with us, and you can meet him for real. He's in real time, face to face.
Good evening, everyone.
And he has had some transitioning with Dave Fleig, and I know that we will be carefully examining these documents, and we'll kind of review that. I've already said to Ernie, I do want to get Ernie in with Sam and kind of review this and, make sure that we're, ready to resolve it. So.
Okay. Within the packet, I believe all of you have received the utility and health insurance program segments here. Within that, you'll see that enrollment is actually down 7.3%, but costs are actually up. And there's reasons for that. I mean, it's a fluctuating process. If anybody has been involved with healthcare over the years, it could fluctuate month to month, depending on the number of staff, depending on multiple factors that are out there. But enrollment is down about 7.3%. Claims are down this month, which is good. It'll help keep your reserve where it should be. And the total cost, actually, it came in at 89.1% of the budgeted amount for March. Overall claims are trending upward, though, by 8.33%. So that's not good. The overall fiscal year-to-date claim costs are 89.1%. And I'm reading from my notes here, and I apologize for any delays. But you'll notice within your chart that the claims between the higher claims exceeding 50,000 and 200,000 have increased substantially. So that's telling us that we've got several major illnesses out there, okay, without giving away anything. So, and that's probably most likely the good reason why your reserves have dropped, okay? You have less revenue coming in from fewer people paying into it, and you've got higher claims ratios. So from my experiences, this happens with being self-insured. This happens about every 7 to 10 years. It's not unusual to see a high boost once every 7 to 10 years. Is it a cause for alarm? Yes, but there's also a shining side to this cloud. They should start dropping off in another year or so as the claims start reducing and getting back to somewhat what I would call a normalcy. Okay, so don't jump to a lot of conclusions about running out and getting different insurance if that's the case. If you're happy with your self-insured, this is something that occurs every 7 to 10 years. So just don't jump to irrational conclusions right away. Okay. Bad thing about this year, you're running at 99.6% of your total expenditures. So that's the bad thing for this year. And from what I've seen, we've been dipping into the reserve over the last several years to help balance the budget. So your reserve levels are down to where they shouldn't be. Okay, they're below what your 25 to 30% of your overall cost structure. So having said that, I'm going to move on to utilities are actually the bright and shining part of the whole program.
Just a quick question, Ray. Do you have a good handle on the reserve right now? I know that the town put out a figure for June 30th. And have they given you an update, or are you updating it yourself
I
since then?
met with the town today, and those were some of the questions we were talking about. We are going to get back together again to discuss healthcare as a team. Okay, that's one of the things that we spoke about.
Good.
Okay.
Okay, so is there a good grip on it yet? They don't know as well as, we're backing into what we think is the reserve number at this point. So I think it's somewhere around 3 million, somewhere around there, 2.5 million to 3 million. But
Is that the health reserve, or is that in the corridor?
that's in the health reserve, should be somewhere around 3 million, because you're
Beyond the corridor?
no, it should be, you have your corridor, which is what, about 2.5 right now?
I thought that was about 3 million, yeah.
There's a 3 million, but you're below that right now, from what I've seen, the numbers I've seen. So we'll wait and see toward the end of the year where we wrap up, because you're going to have less money coming in because you've got only 2 weeks left, one more payroll, really, for withholdings. You really can't balance your health care on the back of the teachers and the enrollees. You really don't want to do that. So, and I'm going to stop there before I put my foot in my mouth.
Okay.
Well, I know you're new, but historically, in the 10 years that I've been here, that was kind of the expectation from the business office in the town to our business office, and also through our, budgeting.
Right.
That was the expectation, not to let it go over too far.
No. And it's,
And so now
in an
it's,
attempt to balance the budget over the years, it looks like we've been robbing Peter to pay Paul, for lack of better terms. So, and now you're going to pay the piper to get back to where you need to be. We need to take a good, hard look at that, so.
So along those lines, and this may lead into a need for a more detailed meeting at some point, but I was one of the members that was very concerned about the situation as far as that goes, and I wanted to get a good, clean look at what possibilities would exist on getting like the state-sponsored plan, or looking at other options, because the self-funded thing seems like, we're kind of caught in this little pinch between, trying to balance our books on the backs of teachers and employees within the district.
Which you don't want to do.
Right, but then again, like, where's the money coming from, to help, build the pool up? It's coming from our employees.
It was there at one time.
Right.
When you initially create this self-funded program, you put XYZ dollars aside for your reserve. Every year you should monitor it, work with your broker, and say, okay, let's say it was $3 million, you should always maintain that certain level, certain percentage of your overall cost should be a reserve. It's normally about 3 months, from my understanding. If it's dropped below 3 months, and it may happen once in a while when you have years like this where you have several catastrophic issues out there, that's why you're insured, to take care of those issues. So but you don't want to balance your budget on the back of the employees.
Right.
Okay, you can't. Do you want to balance your budget on the back of taxpayers? You really can't do that either. We know that. But as I was talking to the superintendent earlier today, if we go out and look at the state-sponsored plan, some people rave about it. Being on the finance side, I've heard bad, I've heard good. I wouldn't just go out and call the state. I'd put it out and do an RFQ.
Okay.
Or an RFP.
and I think that's what Lori has been doing. She's been making a lot of phone calls and trying to gather some information from multiple sources.
And there is a joint meeting coming up. I don't think they set a date yet between the town and the Board of Ed.
Well, that
to
makes sense.
discuss options.
The town council and the Board of Ed, or?
I know the town manager and the administrators within
Okay.
the Board of Ed, because we need to come up with options.
All right, so it wouldn't be a joint body, it'd be the administration of both sides talking.
Right.
Yeah, because, that's definitely something I think we need to look at, to get a clean look at what all the options are. And I think it would probably warrant like a very specific meeting where that's the one thing we're looking at, and we can analyze, get cost-benefit analysis of all the options that are out there. Because it seems to me like with some of the changed insurance policies, as far as like the lasering of accounts and claims and that sort of thing, like what was once attractive about a self-funded plan is now an incredible liability.
Again, it's cyclical.
Yeah.
And obviously I'm sitting here at the wrong time of the cycle. So.
But when this was first brought to the town in the 90s, there wasn't lasering. And the Director of Finance told us that we couldn't allow the reserve to go, well, she didn't allow it for the town, and so we followed suit, that it would never go above like a 20% figure, because that wouldn't be fair to the taxpayers either, to raise taxes to allow money to build up too high. What's alarming is that we were at almost 6 million on June 30th, and because of the nature of the claims this year, and we could still laser out a claim or up to 2, that it's just so unpredictable. I mean, because we're basically playing the insurance company with a pretty small group.
Yep.
Compared to, say, an Aetna or something like that. So I'm going to recognize Jen, and then Dean, and then Matthew, and then Adrian.
I know your presentation isn't done yet, but at the end of the before you close out, I would like an update on the audit and how that's proceeding. And also, I was going to get your opinion on the lasering and the impact. And on the bottom left-hand corner of the chart, we see that there's an increase, obviously, in the 50, I just lost the chart,
50 to 200.
50 to 200 range. And are we greater than 2 right now? Or are we still like between 1 and 2 without divulging to see if like our costs are going to increase due to the company, the insurance company opting out of paying claims?
I don't believe they can opt out, that's why we're paying them.
There's lasering, so have we hit our 2? And
I'd have to look at that and get
Okay.
back to you. If you're asking me if we hit a magic number, I'd have to pull the policy and
Yeah, from what we were told in the past, our policy allows the insurance company to opt out of 2 or laser out of 2. And so I'm just trying to understand, have we reached the 2 that, and so maybe we've confined, or we can sort of assess the costs of the 2, just trying to understand, like, if we've already hit that number, or if we have more there, which, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, like, is that, like, the 900,000 a fluke, or is, like, in the next couple of months, we're going to have to pay out more because people are going to visit their doctors or getting treatments?
right now it's a downward trend. With any luck, it'll stay moving downward. In terms of lasering out, I haven't been notified by the insurance company of any magic number yet, but I can call them.
And Lori Lapine's been in touch, so
Yeah.
we can ask her too. I recall that the last time she and I discussed it, we had not met that threshold. So,
Okay.
but I don't know, something could have happened in between, so I'll ask Lori.
And normally the brokers stay on top of this pretty
Yeah.
well. I mean, that's why we're paying them.
Exactly. So when I used to sit, like, on other boards, like, the brokers would come in to meet with the board to give us an assessment, like, at least minimum, maybe twice a year. And granted, I've only been on the board for a couple of months. If you can make that happen, that would be great, just to have them, whether it's through Zoom or in person, because we have not had an update regarding the financials and the underlying, how they're investing, like our reserves, like, all the underlying funds, that, so that we know where we're at and where we stand.
Dean?
Yeah, I would reiterate my requirement that if, as we're evaluating plans, whether it's self-funded, just flat out, regular insurance policy with premiums, or the state plan or whatever, that we consider the back door. If we go to another plan, because it looks good today, if tomorrow, whatever the tomorrow is, whenever the tomorrow is, we don't like it, what would it take for us to get out of that? Is there a way out? So if we go to the state plan and we discover, just as an example, boy, remember the good old days when we were self-insured? Yeah, a couple of potholes, but overall, we like the self-insured experience better. What would it take to build back up to that? So that ought to be considered when we think about our options moving
I can
forward.
tell you this much, you'd have to put your reserves back in, because you're going to leave your reserves there to cover existing claims under the current policy. Once your current policy claims are finished, then that reserve can be utilized to possibly help offset some of your new costs that are coming in. In order to change, once you do change, in order to change, you go out, you do an RFP, you find possibly, because I've done this in the past, we switched from Anthem to Connecticut, we switched from United to Anthem, different things like that. That's very easy to do. On July 1, one is finished, and July 1, the new one picks up. You just start paying somebody different, that's all.
Right. But if you were to pine for the days of self-insurance, that's a different
You
thing.
got to put aside that $3,
Yeah.
$4, $5, $6 million again, and that's going to come out of your pocket.
Yep. Thanks.
So if you do leave, that's why I said, right now, it doesn't look so nice. But a year from now, you may want to stay with it. Let's put it that way. If your claims come back to where they should, and your reserves go back to where they should, you may want to stay with it. It's that time, that 7 to 10 year cycle that you're hitting. And sometimes the state plan does not always meet your needs either. I know districts where they're switching from the state plan back to a regular plan. So just be careful what you wish for.
Right.
Move with caution.
So I'm going to recognize Matthew, then Adrian, then Mike.
Thank you. Ray, in the beginning, if I heard you correctly, you said that the enrollment has dropped 7.3%. But looking back to 2021, if my math is correct, in 3 years, we're down more like 16 to 17.5%.
I'm comparing year over year. But you are correct.
Yes, I understood that. That's fine. I was just trying to get a larger picture. And so my question is, in a time of inflationary healthcare costs and a steadily diminishing ratepayer base, this is not an area of strength for me. But what does that mean? What does that mean for us in terms of what we're considering? If this is not the right moment to discuss that, I can accept that, but...
I think we could have an entire meeting just on health insurance, and we did entertain that idea during the budget, and the will of the board was they didn't really want to bring in the brokers at that time and have that discussion because there were too many other budgetary issues, but I think that's definitely something we could
Could we
spend
put that
an
on the
entire
referral,
night.
could we put that on the referral list?
Yep.
Thank you.
I took a note to contact our broker and find out when they're available.
Okay.
Okay?
Adrian?
Yeah, I would just like to kind of clarify that this variability, this bad luck every 7 to 10 years, where the loss, obviously it's with employees, but the bottom end of this is that there's going to be a loss of learning. Like, our kids suffer because there's less staff in the building. So when we have a health insurance spike, it hits our students really hard. So I think that we need to value that when assessing other programs that might maybe be more expensive but be more predictable year to year, so we don't run into this issue that we're having this year where we lose so many employees above and beyond our BESSER and all those other things, and what it does to morale and everything else of having to come up with this much money in a budget that's fixed. So I would just like to think about that. There is a percentage there, and I don't know what it is, where getting rid of the risk of having a self-insured plan, there's a percentage upcharge that might be worth it for us to not have to absorb the risk of an insurance company. And I guess separately, we've talked about the state plan. I can just speak from personal experience, as you were saying, my own health care being funded through a different school district goes on the state plan and then off the state plan and then on the state plan and off the state plan frequently. And there, I don't notice actually a difference. It's just a different card that I hand, but what costs, the employee is about the same. So there probably are years when it makes sense to move back and forth. But what we really need is to have that number of what the state plan is so that we can stop just making guesses. And I think that regardless of meetings with the town, we should just know how much a state plan for the Board of Ed costs. That seems like it might be an easy number to come up with. To get a proposal, just so we have some sort of base, because maybe that number comes in 20% more than our high year, and it's not even worth talking about. But I think before we actually just get a number, we're just going to keep talking about it. So, but thank you for all,
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Mike? Sorry.
Yeah. Just a couple quick questions. On your two lower graphs, you've got the FY '24 numbers. I'm just wondering, and that's year-to-date, but what to date was that exactly?
This is through March. That was the latest invoices I have. If you notice, they're through March 2024.
So those orange bars are through March, and they're compared to, in the lower left, to full year of FY '23, or?
FY '23 is, no, that's as of the current time period as well. Through
So-
March. So I'm comparing apples with apples.
Thank you, yeah.
Okay.
Great. Good, and then you mentioned this kind of 7 to 10 year cycle. Is the...
That's my experience, by the way. Okay.
Yeah, well, thank you. Is the...
Caveat.
Is the town side, in your discussion with the town, is the town side of the healthcare in this same situation, similar cycle?
I did not get into that. We met for about 45 minutes this evening. Matter of fact, right before Jay walked in, that's where I came from. So that's one of the things we did discuss was the healthcare, but we didn't go into a lot of detail. We're trying to, I want to make sure we're working together, particularly on most of these issues that we have here. It's not just a board issue, it's not just a town issue, it's us. We all, the money comes out of the same pair of pants, just a different pocket. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Matthew had a follow-up, and then Ian.
Yeah, I'm curious if you have a chance to look at those numbers, why we've had a 17 or 16% decline and what that means going forward. Are they coming, these are rhetorical questions at the moment because I know we need to go on to other stuff. Is there something that's happening that's going to continue to happen? And if it's going to continue to happen, what are the implications for whatever choices we make?
Good question.
I don't think it will help.
And my follow-up question, too, this may be a thing to research and get back to us on, is historically, we've been connected to the hip with the town on this insurance situation, yet, we experience our stuff, we have our corridor and our reserve and all that on our end. They have theirs. So I'm just kind of curious, and I'd like to see the documentation. What is binding us together? And what are the dynamics of
I would assume there's an MOU somewhere.
Okay.
Memo of understanding, or an MOA between the town and the board that has been signed off that says we are going to jointly do this.
All right.
I'm assuming. I haven't gotten that far.
All right, it'd be great to be able to see that and read that and understand the details of that.
I agree with you.
Because, as Mr. Johnson, referred to, we have to look at what makes financial sense for us as a Board of Ed. And it may be that time, and there's a lot to unpack here. There's a lot of cost-benefit analysis to run. But we need firm numbers. We need a clear look. And I, quite frankly, I'm pretty familiar with the town side of things and the Board of Ed side of things. I served on the RTM. My wife is a town councilor, so... and I still don't understand what it is that's binding the two together, and what it would take if we chose, if it made sense for us to go our own way and make changes, every couple of years, what would it take to disentangle from the town?
Okay. Again, we need to see if there is an MOA first.
Right.
I mean, again, having been here
Yeah, and
9 days, I'm not sure.
'cause I've heard different things, and some say that it's a benefit, the town benefits off of being partnered with us somehow.
And we could be too. I
And
mean,
I'm not
our
sure what
claims may
that-
be high, theirs
Yeah.
may be low, but overall, your cost structure is linked as well.
I just like to see how the numbers work for that,
So-
and what the actual dynamics are.
All right.
Thank you.
The other one is pretty easy that's in here. The energy report, energy levels are down. Cost structures are somewhat flat right now. And in speaking with, what was the other gentleman's name? Dave, with the solar coming on board, I guess we've locked in. Rick, thank you. I guess he's locked in some nice pricing of about 7.9 cents a kilowatt hour, and there's no delivery fee. So next year, you should see some nice numbers coming.
Now, who did that for us?
Rick with the solar, I was
Oh, okay.
talking to him earlier.
Because of the solar in those two buildings, though, right?
Right. So, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I give my time to,
Well, that is good news.
It's not the first time, right?
there had to be a little good news.
Just the first time for you.
It is. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. And then, yeah, do you have any update on the audit?
Oh, I'm sorry. No update. And speaking with the town, they don't have anything available yet. They're supposed to have something within the week. I'm working with Power School at the moment to see if we can maintain 3 open fiscal years. I'm not sure we can. I know with Munis, we found out that they can maintain multiple 3, 4, 5 fiscal years open. It's just the way that it's structured. With Power School and e-finance, they still haven't, I asked that question last Thursday or Friday, and they still haven't gotten back to me yet. I did express my concern with the town that if we don't have an answer somewhere around the 15th of June, I may have to just bite the bullet and close the fiscal year myself. If adjustments will be made, we may have to make those adjustments in the current fiscal year, which wouldn't be good, but things are.
They felt like you would know something, though, this week.
We're hoping
Okay.
that we know something. Okay, but we've got alternatives if not, but I need the report so that I know what processes I need to change, if any. Okay? So,
Yeah.
I'm just more concerned if we're going to be able.
I'm sorry?
I'm just concerned, are we able to close out and report so that there's no impact beyond Board of Ed, but to the town?
For fiscal year 23, I feel confident.
Okay.
I believe everything's been answered. We've given the auditors everything they've asked for. Fiscal year 24, we have not seen the auditors yet, so I'm not sure where they stand with things. They normally, I've been told by the town side that they're normally here by now, asking questions, getting preliminary numbers, because it's like 90% of all the transactions, and so they have not come over yet. They have not, so.
And we typically don't see them till October, November.
Which is, again,
Yeah, it's
this
late.
is strange for this
Yeah,
district.
I know.
Having auditors here October, November. Normally, my previous lives, I've always seen them between March and May. They pull all your preliminary numbers. They get 90% of the work out of the way. You file your EFS, you file all your state filings. They're back in September to confirm you've done everything right. Then they write their filing. By November, December, you have your final report.
Yeah.
So, or at least a preliminary report so you know what you need to do. Because if I have to write a corrective action for something that was done in the past, it might be too late. We may be doing the same mistake again this year. That's the issue. So,
But they did think that it was going to be done earlier this year?
the word that they got was it could be this week or by mid next week.
Okay.
So this was,
Well, that would make sense.
right.
But I find it very curious that the process didn't start until October of last year, and then by November,
I was shocked as well when they told me it
Well,
started October.
that's been the history here.
so. All right,
Thank you.
very good, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, next is Director of Buildings and Grounds, Mr. Kilpatrick.
Good evening. So, Buildings and Grounds has been making preparations for both the Groton Middle School 8th grade promotion, which is on the 12th of June, and the Fitch High graduation, which is on the 14th. So, meeting with the administrations of both buildings and coordinating all of those things going back and forth, equipment and sound systems, all those things. So we've been working pretty steadily on that. Also, regarding the Groton Middle School field lights, we did get a site approval for the uplighting on a softball field. So because it's near the airport, we actually, the uplighting is so that you actually see the ball at nighttime in the air. And we had to get special permission from them in order to do that. So that approval has come this past week. So we're all set with the softball field. They can start using those lights as well at night. And you all know that we turned the other lights on too, and they operated. Also at Groton Middle School, Mystic River, the solar projects. The last time I reported that we were waiting because the Grain Bank was submitting some additional information because things had changed a bit, and there might be some additional savings for us. So we did get that. We're getting that additional savings. Groton Middle School will be about $1,353. Mystic River per year. Mystic River will be about $2,632, so it's just under $4,000, $39.85 additional savings. So that came from a reduction of roughly 1 cent per kilowatt hour at those two schools. So it was worth waiting for to get those additional savings. Regarding the Barnum roof solar project, it's up for discussion later this evening regarding the ed specs. And moving on to the Fitch High School, Mystic River Magnet School carport solar projects. We have the power purchase agreement for Fitch High School because the numbers work right now, so we're reviewing that. And we will need board approval on that before by the first week in July in order to get into the August bid cycle for the Green Bank. So we'll talk further about that at the next meeting, I'm sure. Mystic River is a little bit different. The numbers are too close to call, so they'll actually go out to bid and find out exactly what it's going to cost to make sure that that project is actually going to pay for itself. So they'll get initial bids out there to determine whether it's viable or not. And that's about what I have for tonight.
All right, thank you very much.
Just a quick question about the middle school scoreboard situation. Any word from the town manager on that activation of funds?
No, we just, we wrote a letter this afternoon, passed it on to Joyce in the superintendent's office, so that letter will be going to the town in the next day or so. I'll talk to Joyce in the morning about it and talk to Superintendent Austin about that letter tomorrow.
Appreciate it.
So the letter's been written, and we just got it to Joyce today.
Okay.
It takes about 6 to 8 weeks to get the scoreboard, so the plan is to have it ready for the fall.
Fantastic. Hope it comes together.
Me too.
All right, if there are no other questions, we'll go to committee reports. Policy. Matthew.
We have a number of policies coming up for first and second review later today. I think everything's moving along nicely. Ian, anything to contribute?
No, I've been very happy with the progress and procedures inside the policy committee, and I have a number of other referrals in queue, ready to fire as soon as we clear out the deck a little bit.
Okay, well, we should get to everything within the next 3 or 4 years, I'm sure.
That's what we said.
And then there'll be
7
more
years
coming
ago.
down the pike, right? They just continue.
Right. Now, the fruits of your labor are obvious tonight. Curriculum.
Yes, sorry. You had the presentation at the last board meeting, and you were coming up for a vote tonight on reading. And the next curriculum meeting is on June 3rd at 5 o'clock, I believe. And the agenda is still in flux. It's still being hammered out. So I don't know if Adrian or Mrs. Austin have anything to add to that, if you would like to. If not, that's where we are.
Yeah, I'll just go over, we had a meeting, I think it was May 6th, and it was a Zoom meeting, and I would say that we had somewhere between 15 and 20 staff members present on that Zoom meeting. We had some questions, Dr. Ackerman and I had some questions, and there was a survey sent out. I think that the the general feel was that the teachers were, very comfortable with wit and wisdom. I think that it was pretty positive on that in that meeting.
I would agree, and I think it was the richest meeting that we've ever had at curriculum, and perhaps even in terms of the board itself. And the one thing that I was really concerned about was the human aspect of things. Do the teachers feel that they could talk about the curriculum and have a voice in what was being presented? And they did. It was really the best meeting I've ever been at. Do apologies to everybody else.
Apology accepted.
Thank you.
All right. Finance and facilities.
Yes, we met on May 7th in this very room. And we talked about a bunch of things, pretty wide-ranging. We talked about the status of the 22-23 audit, the fiscal year ending 24 budget, fiscal year ending 25 budget. We had a little report from the Director of Finance. Let's see item 3, right? Director Sam gave his report as well on the solar panel ribbon cutting. And I hear the mayor did not electrocute herself by doing that. It's good news. Yeah, that's really about it. So, I mean, there wasn't very much that wasn't discussed that night. And it took just over 2 hours. It was a rather lengthy meeting for one of our meetings, to be honest with you. But, yeah, same issues, audit, this year's budget, last year's budget, where are we with things?
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Next was the State Council on Educational Opportunities for Military Children.
Right. We meet twice a year. We met on May 2nd. And the things that I really took away from this is that there's still a problem with all of the states wanting to go into what Mrs. Austin said is really a military compact that involves the United States, not your state and my state, and who's if you were going to allow states to make decisions, then it would not be a military compact. It would be a state compact, and that's not what we're looking for. So that's big still in discussion. So the other thing that I took away from this is that the one thing about the military compact that is so fabulous is that it addresses inequities, just like we spoke this evening. It addresses inequities between the states. And there were cases at Fitch High School this year, one in particular where the state that the young man was coming from did not supply him with the requirements that Fitch High School had. So what happened, again, it came down to that human level. And the two guidance counselors, one from the high school and one from the sending school, got together on the phone and worked out a plan so that young man could graduate. So that's really what the compact is about. And then the other things that I came away with was that we're still, in terms of training, that's lacking. And Attorney Anastasia said that she would make herself available to do training. So that's huge. And I think, in a nutshell, that's it.
Thank you very much. And that will meet again?
In the fall.
In the fall?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think in November was the last minutes that I saw were in November. And that's late, actually, don't you think? November is late, but that was the date. Okay.
Okay. Beverly could not be with us this evening unless she's joined on Zoom. Kate, do you see her?
She is not No.
Okay, so we won't have a report on Learn Athletic Fields. I know they met.
Yeah, they met on April 22nd, and they were scheduled to meet on May 16th, but that meeting did not happen, it was canceled. The April 22nd meeting, I sent a copy of the agenda and presentations to the whole board. But basically, they were looking at three basic layouts of the new field house and fields at Fitch, and also at Sutton Park, some modifications that could happen there, and there was a number of different options, pros and cons discussed. I encourage everyone to watch the meeting online. There's a lot of nuanced discussion. And they did project the blueprints on the screen, which is very helpful for those folks watching at home to be able to follow along. And so if anyone's, can't find those emails with the blueprints, the email I sent out did have the blueprints attached. So I would be glad to send those again. So if you don't have them, or, well, now that you have a Board of Ed email, I'll send you a copy. You do have one, right?
Not yet, but
Oh.
it'll be there
It's
waiting.
in process.
Okay. Well, let me know as soon as it's active. Yeah, so there was a sort of a split decision in the body as far as like what options they were leaning towards. But there's, a lot to unpack there.
Well, let's hope there's progress on that.
Yeah, the goal is still to have, the goal is still to have something ready to be possibly put forward as a referendum in the fall for election, so the town can vote on whether or not they want to appropriate the funds to make the big move.
It's been a long time coming.
I have a couple quick questions.
Sure.
Is the next meeting in June? I saw that posted, but I'm not sure if that's true.
I have not yet got an email. Mark Berry's been pretty good about sending me an email of when the meetings are scheduled and ready to go. They typically meet around the second or third Thursday of the month. So there should be one in June, probably like, they say the 19th, 20th? Ish. Probably 20th, right? The 19th is a Wednesday.
And then to go out to referendum by fall seems aspirational, but I applaud that since it's been a long time coming. I imagine the Athletics Fields Task Force will continue on to exist even beyond that. Is there a mechanism to get new members on? I'm asking because I know certain clubs, I think they no longer have as much representation as they once did.
To be honest, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll send out an email and ask if they're looking for new members. And I know they kind of whittle down. I serve only as like a ex officio / liaison type. I have no voting presence on, and my presence doesn't count towards a quorum. So there's a difference between that. So if we're looking for groups and people to represent other groups that use fields to be part of that task force, I think that could only benefit the body.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Matthew, any report from Trails?
We haven't had a meeting, but there are two things that are still in the offing. The Kopp Family Park, where we mentioned in the past that they're in the design phase for a visually impaired trail, and there's already been a bit of collaboration with some people from, I think, the marketing teacher over at Fitch. They've already done some brochures to help them in communications, and there may be some opportunities for our youngsters to participate as volunteers in the actual trail. The other piece is, there is one, I've seen the map of the trail network in the town, and there's one little piece that's left that they want to work on, and it happens to run by Thames River Magnet School. So they're hoping to work on that in the months to come. It's premature now, but just kind of heads up that that's coming, and looking forward to that. That's all.
Okay, and library?
Library, oh, well, love the library. The plan now on one card is that once the frenzy of graduation is over, that Jennifer and Clint will get together to look at whether we can, A, overcome the handshaking software, or B, find a workaround, or C, commit ritual seppuku. Hopefully not the latter. So that'll happen in June or early July. There was a plan, second piece, there was a plan for a healthy cooking set of lessons that Ernie and Jen worked on together. Would you like to share a tiny bit on that, Ernie?
Absolutely. We plan on starting up this fall, working with the library. We're going to do cooking matters for families and for students. And again, that would take place this fall in September. Right now, it's the end of the year. We got a lot going, summer meals and all that. So we're going to be jumping in with our Cooking Matters class with Jen and them.
So part of that, I'll blow your horn for you, part of that will be using texts that came from one of the grants that Ernie got, so we don't have any cost for texts. There will be chances for parents and kids to plan and execute healthy cooking together, and there is some discussion, it's not a done deal, as to whether Groton Municipal TV will be able to record that so we can extend beyond the 20 to 40 families we're hoping to reach in person. Finally, Ernie, I forgot the name. We started with Victory Gardens, and you've got another name now?
Yes, it's the Giving Gardens that we're doing. So we were able to grow over 300 plants. Matthew planted the seed a few months back, and we had some high school kids with us, and we went in there and we planted varieties of tomato plants, varieties of peppers, and a bunch of herbs, cooking herbs. And what we're doing is we're having Giving Gardens. We're selecting, well, not selecting, but 50 families that apply for it. We're going to give them 2 types of tomatoes, 2 types of peppers, and an herb to take home. The thought process is grow it at home with the little contract that you sign, 50% comes back in the form of my staff is there every day serving breakfast and lunch. We'll bring back the goods that the families are able to grow with our instructions and everything on how to grow and how to plant and raise and all that. We supply all that free of charge to the community with seeds that were donated, by different companies, so it's not costing us a cent to do. But 50 families, up to 50 that apply for it, they're going to grow and bring it back, and the foods that we produce are going to Groton Social Services and also go for our greens and things bags that we're handing out, 300 of those every other week at our summer meals students that come to all of our sites free of charge.
And the fourth thing is just kind of a little bonus. Ernie's got his grant for his hydroponic project, and we have located a partner for him, a grower in Preston that's very willing to contribute his labor in helping build out the thing to the extent that Ernie can use it, because he wants to do hydroponics as well. So that's just another example of reaching out into the community. Could be worse.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. The next item is the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine, will be enacted by one motion. Points of clarification will be allowed. So I'll entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor of the items on the consent agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to thank Big Y for their donation of $129.98 to be used by the Mentor Program. I'd like to thank Letitia Alva of Letty's Flowers Florist LLC, which has donated $425 to be used by the Mentor Program. Burnett's Country Gardens, $25 to be used by the Mentor Program. And Daniel Bugis of Groton Utilities, who's donated $300 to be used by the Mentor Program. We thank you very much, and we're always happy to receive donations.
Do we know what the mentor program might use that on?
Well, I think they had their community outreach dinner and celebration
Oh,
for the
that's right.
mentors.
Thank you.
So that's what, I think those
Yeah.
proceeds, so we didn't have to spend it ourselves.
So we have a heavy agenda here on policies, so unless there's any objection, I'd like to move new business C1 up next, since that we have Ernie here who can ask or answer any questions we might have about this change in policy. So, does anybody object? If not, let's see. Matthew, would you be so kind as to read
Did you mean C2?
I believe it's C1, food service charging policy?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know, are you involved with C2 as well, local purchasing? No.
Okay. I move that we approve policy P 3542.43, food service charging policy, as a first reading.
Do you hear a second?
Second, Thomas.
And any discussion? I don't know if you wanted to speak to this, either Matthew or Ernie?
I think it's pretty standard. If I'm not mistaken, this is pretty much boilerplate that we're required to pass on an annual basis.
Correct.
So,
And there's no changing of the language.
And-
It has to read as it does.
we pass it or lose the money. That's the choice.
Yeah.
So I've got a question. So this is the current version that we already have? We're just redoing it, or?
Every year, each year, we're obliged to look at it. Yeah.
The way it works,
Oh.
the way it was, is they show in red with the strikeouts. What's in green is what's being passed.
Thank you, that's what I thought. So I see there's a line in the food policy about having it posted in many places, including the school websites themselves, and then the student handbooks. I was wondering if that's done currently, because when I looked, I found versions, excerpts from the old policy, but not the exact wording. I was wondering about that.
Yeah, I mean, we do the best we can to make sure that it's on the websites and on the school individual websites as well. The whole object is to get the message out as much as we can so that there's no, we want everyone to be aware. Here's the policy, here's where it is, and we're just trying to make sure it's out there. And the state does help us and guide us, especially with our last review, to make sure that it's put out there as much as possible.
Thank you. And then when I was reading through this, being new to the board, it took me a while to realize that when we're talking about charging here, this is more like kind of charging on credit, where the intended model, I think, is prepayment, essentially, to have money in the account that you can use more like a debit card or from other sources. As I read the policy, it took me a while to key into that. I'm not sure if other people hit upon that either.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a great question, and it's very confusing, but it's really in regards to the students as they come through the lines and stuff. They can charge their meals. In other words, they don't have money on their accounts. So rather than, hey, you can't have that, we have to take it away or whatever, it just continues to what we call charge, and that's where the unpaid meal balance comes from at the end of the year, is an accumulation of the students' charges, if you will. It's not staff charging. There's no staff charging allowed whatsoever. It's all related to students.
Great. And then I saw mention of the online way, and I think that's maybe the method that's being pushed. I don't think this has to be in the policy itself, but it often says there's a small charge for that part of things, putting money into the account. But we can just put in the percent. I think I calculate it's about 4.75% charge, and I think that information is useful.
You mean the service fee? Like,
Yeah.
to put $20 on your account really costs $21.75 type situation.
Exactly, right. And so just having that there would help people, because it's almost an invisible cost.
Yep.
but that's not, I don't think that's an amendment that has to be in the policy per se, but just information out there. And then the policy, though, I thought it could articulate that that's not the only way to infuse money. And so students, well, my memory for the elementary school is you send them in with the actual envelopes of money, and you can do that at the high school, middle school level too. And I've never been sure if you can just go straight to, central office, for instance, or find, and pay that way. But to avoid that online.
Absolutely. We take cash at all 7 schools. Folks, parents can send in checks. Online certainly is one of the venues, which seems to be the most popular right now. We are switching to a new vendor with our new upgraded system that is only going to be charging a 2%. So it's less cost for parents to put money on their accounts. So we're thrilled about that piece. That's a savings for the families, and there's no limit. Like they could put $500 on and it would still only be the 2%. Sometimes they only allow $125 or $150 at a transaction. And remember, it's a third party. We don't charge this fee. It's from the third party, if you will.
Yes, I'm aware. Yeah. So thank you. I think, is this our first reading for this one, or is it?
I believe it is. Yes,
So I guess to be clear, what I'd like to see is just the sentences of basically the 3 ways, or the ways that people can infuse funds into the account, not just the online way.
Could I respond to that?
Yes, sir.
They're changing policy, they're changing vendors now. If we put a policy that states these things, then every time there's a change, we have to redo the policy. Sometimes we have a policy and we also have, help me, Susan.
Regulations.
Regulation. And the regulation the administration does, it doesn't go through the policy committee. It's shared with the policy committee, but it's done uniquely by the administration. And I think that kind of detail would probably go in a regulation.
Oh, so the detail in the online part, I suggest having it on the web, but not in the policy. I was just suggesting that it's say that students can pay at the, or parents can write a check. Those other 2 non-online methods kind of give them parity with the online.
If you would love to write a proposed line or 2, send me an email. We will take it up on the 11th and bring it back for our second reading.
Well, and I'd like to recommend that Rebecca Bayes works with communication and the website specifically. Perhaps we can have like a special location where it can just be front and center for families to describe that, maybe even the forms that they fill out, like to give them more guidance.
Yep.
So that, and then we could have the policies attached, and maybe even provide that for handbook information. So, but between you and Rebecca possibly
Absolutely.
working on that, would that be okay?
And we might even be able to put it on the meal application as well.
Right.
As another informative way.
Yeah.
So thank you
Yeah.
both.
That all makes sense, because I asked those same questions. Like,
Perfect.
we can use cash and then not have to pay that.
So if you have a particular wording you'd like to suggest to Ian and me.
Ian.
Yeah, I just wanted to call Mr. Whitney's attention. The 6th paragraph down does have a mention of the fee per credit or debit transaction. So we did discuss that during policy to make sure that was articulated. Previous language was a little bit unclear, but I do appreciate the suggestion of putting something there about like proactive payment, as far as like being able to put money on the books, so to speak, for the student to use and work down from. And I can also testify to the fact that you can just go in and pay by check as well, but you have to go to Mary Morrison now, because that's where food services is located, and you knock on the window and they'll let you in. Yeah.
Would you take it by mail?
Absolutely.
There you go.
But we can get that kind of information on the website, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
All that stuff.
All right, well, it goes without saying that your department does a fantastic job serving our students. I know you've worked very hard, that several of the schools are actually part of the community. Help me with the terminology, the EduSpeak.
This
community
eligible program, CEP.
eligibility program.
And we're
And
continuing to look.
and of course, I know you do send out applications for the free and reduced on a regular basis and get people to know about the availability of that program, so.
Well, and I'd like to thank you too, Ernie, because you really provided the meal for the mentor program as well, and we really appreciated that. And then also with our Mother's Day plant sale, I know that some of those proceeds were going to help pay for some of those charges that we had, and you also got community who reached out to us and sent some checks
Correct.
to cover that. So what we thought was going to be an $80,000 bill
Right.
has been reduced quite a bit. I mean, I think the last time I talked to you, you said maybe 20?
It's going to be down there. We've
so-
been really chipping away at it. And just a quick update with the CEP, I'm 78% chance that we're going to be able to get Fitch added to our current group. So that's going to reduce our student
Yes.
meal debt next year tremendously, as that's our biggest school. Most kids and everything, but right now I'm in the final stages of that. We should have that pretty locked down within the next 3 or 4 weeks.
That's awesome.
And we should know by July, mid-July, whether we have it or not, but I'm pretty confident that we're going to be able to add this to our current group, which is going to help substantially.
And that's a federal program.
Yes, it is.
That is, yes.
Thank you.
And just, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So does that mean we only have one school that's not going to be part of the program now?
Going to leave us
Well,
with 2.
With 2, okay.
CB and NEA.
Why is it always CB?
I know.
This policy does also represent a substantial reworking of what was there. If you can see all from the red ink on the following pages. And there were a number of issues there, so I definitely appreciate the new policy that as it's written. It's much, in my opinion, much cleaner, and, it doesn't have a lot of charged language in there. And also now, Superintendent maybe can correct me if I'm off, but my memory, or Mr. Schulman, the last, well, not the last, on the front page, on page 1, the last full paragraph, in order to sustain the district's food services program, the district cannot permit excessive charging of student meals. If a student account reaches an unpaid balance equal to or exceeding the cost of 30 meals, Food Service Administration shall refer the parent/guardian to the homeless liaison, the director of pupil personnel. So that's state language. Is that correct? That came directly from the state?
It is, Ian.
As a way of
Outreach to
Outreach
families to
to-
see if
to-
we can help.
provide support if there's a unstated need.
I would have preferred may instead of shall, but it's the way we've got to do it.
Correct.
Yeah, the state insisted on that last paragraph being unchanged. We did try.
Any other questions, comments?
I would love to know why, Matthew, why would you think that may would be better there? I would think that shall.
Shall obliges us to do it, and you mentioned, you beautifully mentioned the question of human impact, and I would have preferred to have given more flexibility to administration.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so at this point, this will be a first reading. So it'll come back one more time if anyone has any other last-minute questions or concerns. But at this point, we'll take a vote to approve policy P3542.43, food service charging policy. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So that passes. And again, thank you, Ernie.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know.
Good evening, everyone.
Thank you. And we're looking forward to the summer meals and the Eastern Point Beach.
It's going to be very shortly.
Thank you. All right, so now we'll go back. Jen, would you be willing to read the motion for B 1.
Motion is to approve policy 35141.5, suicide prevention/prevention as a second reading.
Do I hear a second?
Second, Thomas.
Okay. Any discussion? Now, I think this has been actually
Brought to you before.
This has been to us in,
May 20, I mean,
this
March
is the
20.
second reading, so we've had this, and we went back and looked at it again.
Right.
There was extended discussion on the 5 categories, the risk factors for youth, as to whether we should add anything, whether the language in any way could be construed as problematic. And the answer, as I understood it, Susan, correct me if I'm wrong, I understood Susan to have said that these are the risk factors as defined by the Connecticut Suicide Advisory Board. And as such, we really can't mess with them.
And they're examples of, when you go further, it says which include but is not limited to
Right.
youth who are. So they're examples of, I think, just to make people aware.
So, I mean, if somebody felt a great need to add another category, we could add something below the 5, as long as it was very clear from the way we did it, that those 5 and only those 5 were recommended by the state board.
And if I could
Did I
just
miss
add-
anything?
Well, I just want to add on that we actually did, out of that conversation, we did end up adding something to the preceding paragraph. And basically, we just added the phrase, there's already language added that said exhibits mental health distress, has been identified as at risk of suicide, comma, and then we added the phrase has experienced negative impacts from social and/or cultural factors, and then the phrase, and then it goes back into what was already there from the previous draft, or is considered to be at an increased risk of suicide based on particular risk factors. And then it quotes, it goes into that section where Mr. Schulman identified being a direct quote, so we can't alter the 5 factors, or the 5 factors that are presented there, because we're pulling it from a certain resource.
But we were able to incorporate some of that language that we saw that was,
Right,
we wanted to include in that paragraph before.
exactly, by using the preceding, or,
Yep.
and possibly, as Mr. Schulman said, also, like, if we wanted to add more, we could go to the following paragraph as well and try to splice in some more sentences if that's needed, or, in the future. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm in favor of passing this tonight and getting it on the books.
I did one other thing. Dean had raised some questions last time, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dean, as to whether the item number 5 might, I'm sorry,
Yeah, she actually had her hand up.
I
first.
apologize.
Yeah, so I'm going to
You're
recognize.
still
Jen.
presenting, that's fine.
No, that's fine, go.
Sometimes I'm rather direct. In the social and/or cultural factors, is that implied bullying? Because I want to put bullying in here somewhere. Okay,
Yeah, that's basically, I was trying to, get at it from a more clinical aspect.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sure. Yep.
Thank you. Actually, I have questions on the bullying angle, too, because I was surprised. To me, it was a glaring omission since we're in a school setting, and we do have anti-bullying policies that this could tie into quite well. I took a quick look at those and saw that the anti-bullying policies, most of the language was about what to do with the person that's bullied, but no tracking about the person who's been bullied. And so I think what we're referencing here in this policy is the 2025 suicide prevention plan, the suicide prevention plan 2020 to 2025 for Connecticut. And I've got that open right now. On page 42, there's a paragraph that succinctly lays out some of the specific risk factors for youth. And so And so I'll just read it. It's only a few sentences. While some risk and protective factors for suicide are common across all age groups, there are others that are specific to suicide risk among youth. Mental illnesses, including depression, substance abuse, and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, have been linked to increased risk and suicide death among youth. Bullying is associated with suicidal behavior in both girls and boys, though for girls, the relationship may be best explained by depression. Being the victim of violence is particularly harmful among the youngest youth, increasing the risk of a suicide attempt substantially among preteens. Acting as a perpetrator of violence is also a risk factor, though to a lesser degree. Additionally, while most youth who attempt suicide do not die by suicide, a past suicide attempt does place an individual at higher risk. So much of that's captured in here. And I think if you don't want to draw out bullying as a specific bullet point, which I'd kind of advocate for, or would advocate for somewhere in here to say that, we can also make clear reference to the current strategic plan for suicide. I think maybe it's talked about, it's used as a source. Maybe it's not. I wasn't sure if it was included in here, like the actual strategic plan. But I do think it's very important to get bullying prominently in here. It's certainly the kind of thing that comes up in the news nationally.
Are you suggesting we add that as another legal reference?
It's not really a legal reference per se. It's a guiding document that actually could be pointed to here, because this is a reference not just for this policy is not just for reacting to specific instances, but it's about training and education on this topic too, and so I think it's relevant.
We do that sometimes, Mike, where we'll refer one policy to another so that you can link them.
Yeah.
So when they, definitely align.
The tie-in.
Right.
But I would like to see, bullying said somewhere here. So that's one point. Something that is, I think, just a typo is the legal reference. And I see it as 20- this is on the second page, 20-221E. That should be F. I'm pretty sure of that. We should check that. And then the full title of that is Board of Education to prescribe rules, but then also policies, procedures. I think the 221E is interdistrict student assignment.
As far as I'm concerned, if there's a desire to put the word bullying specifically in there, I think it could work, pretty smoothly if we just did like a hyphen or parentheses off of the social and/or cultural factors, like a
Such
parentheses
as
saying
bullying.
such as bullying.
Such as bullying.
And then-
E.g. bullying?
Yeah,
Yeah, do an EG there, or something to that effect,
I agree.
and that should do it.
And then in that enumerated list, the last one is lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or questioning. So that's the LGBTQ of LGBTQ plus. We don't have the plus. And so I was trying to figure out how to say plus, and I just came up with, instead of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or questioning, we'd change it to lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, questioning, or other related identities. I think it's important to get that plus to have the umbrella cover everybody.
It sort of future-proofs the policy.
Say that again?
Sort of, we call it future-proofing the policy so that we don't have to keep coming back.
True, and the future is now, because that doesn't
That's what it
get
is now.
everyone.
But we also
yes,
can't capture everything.
That's true, yeah.
Would you like to make an amendment? Motion to amend.
Yeah, so I guess a motion to amend the suicide prevention intervention policy, changing bullet point number 5, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or questioning, to lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, questioning, or other related identities.
I'd second that and would suggest a friendly amendment to that amendment, or just expanding that amendment to include the e.g. bullying in parentheses up off the social and/or cultural factors, if that's satisfactory to you.
Yes, and so we're bundling?
Yes.
And
Why not?
And then could we asterisk that and add the bullying policy
yeah,
to it, too?
and then the legal reference.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're not adding bundling, which is an old New England practice for premarital couples.
And then the legal reference is the F,
Have conversations.
And then the
and policies and procedures.
and then the change the legal reference to 10-221
F.
parentheses F. Please check that.
Well, I'll have it double-checked for you.
And then there was one more that I won't include in that amendment.
Write
Okay.
your note here if you want to.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, you're gonna.
All right,
I don't know
so
if we have to second.
I would second that amendment as fully articulated by Mr. Whitney.
And I guess in discussion of the amendment.
Right.
I was
Discussion.
I was wondering if this should also be put in, and this is just a question. We have in the policy, it's the end of the paragraph after the enumerated list of 5. It's talking about the crisis intervention. And the last sentence is, at no time during this process is the student to be left alone. I felt that there should be some sense of timeline or setting in here, because if you read the whole paragraph, it's talking about this is someone's in crisis, we're making contact with a parent or guardian, mental health professionals are involved, there could be referrals to other intervention teams, et cetera. And then at the end, it says, at no time during this process is the student to be left alone. I was wondering if we wanted to add something like while in the school setting, because it's, a student in crisis, this is the start of it, but it's going to last a lot longer than one day. And,
True, that's true. And we can only, we have that responsibility.
Yeah.
But if we really are concerned, we also have the obligation to get mental health care and support families, too.
It's spelled out quite clearly. It's just the left alone part. I thought we only have
While in
control
the
over
school
so
setting.
much.
I agree with
think
you.
what Mike is saying, and correct me, is in loco parentis. While we're acting as parents. We are this, you're the attorney.
What a quaint notion, in loco parentis.
I know.
I didn't think that was in force anymore.
Well, that's what we're claiming that we're going to do. We're going to not be sure the child is not left alone while the child is under our authority.
When is under our authority?
But English would be preferable.
We're not saying anybody's loco. Don't read anything, don't read any of that. When does our responsibility end in the day? So a lot of people would say as soon as the bell rings, so to speak, then the kid.
No, child's on the premises, they're on the premises.
Or they're at a sporting event.
Well, suppose we have a situation where we have a suspicion, we have reason to believe that the child may be harming his, her, et cetera, itself. The child goes home. Is our policy to not allow the child to go home until all resources are brought to bear? Or, okay.
I thought so, and the worst-case scenario is if there were no parent, no guardian, no person we could find, we'd have to refer to DCF.
This leads into a question that I'm going to have, and I might as well ask it now. So it's the policy of the board, this is the existing language, of course, the policy of the board to actively respond, right? And then we lay out the situations in which the board is to respond. Where a student verbally or behaviorally exhibits mental health distress, has been identified as at risk of suicide, has experienced negative impacts from social and/or cultural factors, or is considered to be at an increased risk of suicide based on particular risk factors. Next paragraph, we lay out examples of the risk factors. If you wanted to read this strictly, literally, here's a scenario. John, are you gay? Don't go anywhere until we bring resources to bear. But John otherwise, in other situations, has an indicated, when you put down lesbian, gay, et cetera, as a risk factor, the way I read the paragraph before is, that alone would justify activity on the part of the board. Is that the intention? Okay. So it should be their two-spirit, LGBTQ, don't forget the two-spirit, and all that jazz. There has to be something in addition to that. But the risk factors alone are part of the or. It is a standalone. That's sort of, the way I read this thing. So we fall back to the common sense of the school personnel, which is, I don't think that we have anybody who would make what I consider to be a ridiculous assumption that because someone is gay, therefore they must be treated, or they say they're transgender, they must be treated. It has to be they're gay and they're having a problem. Because otherwise what we're saying is, oh, you're gay? Poor thing. They may not be having a problem at all. They may be completely socially accepted, far more than in my day, frankly. So I'm going to be careful with the language, because the language as it's written really relies on common sense, which I hope is in place, but it isn't always.
See, but
I've seen
I
some
hear what you're saying.
crackpot things around the country where people, common sense went out the window a long time ago when we stopped little girls from bringing plastic knives in to spread peanut butter in kindergarten, that kind of a thing. Because rules are rules. So I want to be careful about the language.
And what you're saying would also apply to somebody who's been involved with the juvenile justice system. That puts the person at higher risk. It's a risk factor, but it doesn't mean that
Right.
individual is actively demonstrating behavior.
Yeah.
Right. So what stops a building principal from saying, oh, you were involved in juvie? Well, and now we bring resources to bear. What stops them is common sense. No, there are no other indications. Just this kid got into trouble. They're out. That's a whole other topic, but they're out. So absent any other indications, we're not going to bring resources to bear. The way it's worded is, if any of these things happens, they exhibit, or they have risk factors, or it's something else, that could trigger action. And the only reason action isn't taken is because, as I said, common sense. We wouldn't actually do anything until we saw some evidence of some, say, suicidal tendency. There's chatter, the kid's talking or not talking.
What I hear you saying is that we should put a period at the end of factors, delete this or is considered, and just go into risk factors that may play a role, but take out the last clause.
And I think also get rid of the therefore at the start of the next paragraph. I think that's what you're pointing out too.
Ian?
Well, I was going back to the second paragraph, because I can understand Mr. Antipas's concerns there. It is a policy of the board to actively respond in any situation where a student verbally or behaviorally exhibits mental health distress. I feel like that opening phrase is the main linchpin, like the exhibition of mental health distress. And any of these other risk factors could be contributing, indicators, or it could be not, there could be possible indicators of, or comorbidities, so to speak, of the situation. But the main linchpin for me, the way I was reading it, was exhibits mental health distress. So maybe linguistically we might need to add something in there to break it away from saying any of these risks could trigger this reaction. It has to be, the main thing is exhibiting mental health distress.
I agree.
Okay.
That's the main.
Now, how to do that?
Sense.
You
Linguistically,
could between exhibits mental health distress, if everything following that has to be, as you said, a comorbidity, use that phrase, you could say exhibits mental health distress and then 1 has been identified at increased risk of suicide, 2 has experienced negative impacts, or 3 is considered to be at an increased risk of suicide based on particular risk factors. That would, parenthetically, allay some of the concern that I brought up on March 26th, after which I was actually called online a danger to the LGBTQ community, because I care about people and I don't wish them to be misled. So that makes me a danger. But that might allay my concern there, that this is a window into something else.
I like that language, though. I like how you laid it out and put the and 1, 2, and 3. I
Yeah.
think that makes it clear. And then you say some of these risk factors, not all, that, not limited to, but these are just some
Do you
examples.
want to send that back to our
I was
committee?
just going to ask, given that we have,
Is there any urgency that this be passed immediately, Susan?
No, I think we've got to get it right, though. I
Right.
agree.
right, I don't think we want to keep coming back
Because
to it.
these
and-
policies, we've got some from 1995 we're still working on, so
Yeah.
they can last for a while.
We have a suicide policy.
We do have a
But
suicide.
this one is particularly sensitive, I think,
Yes.
and I think there's the shared concerns of this whole conversation, I think, has brought us to a better understanding of what needs to go in
I
there.
did not understand you at the end of your first presentation the way I understand
But
you
now we get
tonight,
it.
and I really do appreciate it.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we, would you like to withdraw your motion?
Can we make a table, just
And,
table the motion?
Send it back to.
Back to policy.
Send it back to
Well,
policy.
And how about if I take my notes, and then we'll have Erica put them in another color or something? We'll have that fine-tuned, and then the policy committee can look at that
I
again.
think that would be great.
Would that be
Sure.
okay?
Want me to send it back or withdraw?
Do we,
Whatever Jay wants.
Withdraw or send
You just withdraw, and we'll
Okay.
send it back to policy.
I would like to withdraw my motion to approve policy P5141.5, suicide prevention intervention, as a second reading.
Okay.
um,
Withdraw your second.
yes, but parliamentary-wise, do we have to unwind the amendment first and then unwind the motion?
Yes, because
Oh,
there was.
Good question.
Do you want to withdraw your amendment?
I will, but since it is going back to committee, and considering what Dean was saying, it kind of dovetails into something, upon reading it, most of the latter half of the policy is about this immediate interaction, which is very, very critical and important. But those risk factors are more like long-term awareness, and this is where it can fit into opportunities like for the LGBTQ plus community. That'd be like a pride club in Groton Middle School, which they used to have. It didn't. It might be other avenues of intervention that aren't necessarily suicide risk focused, but they're more like involvement. In,
Self-care.
yeah, well, just involvement, ties, cementing ties to community. And so maybe some of that wording kind of helps get you from one place to the other, from that enumerated risk, which is a broader effort to address through social, emotional support, educational support in the school system. And then you get to now, when we've got an immediate situation, boom, 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 we can do that. Because I did read the general statute on it, and one part was about student assistance programs to identify risk factors, and then it does mention services and training for students, staff, teachers who assist in these programs. So you can kind of like draw from that part of the statute rather than just the emergency response. So I did take advantage of me having the floor for a different reason.
Yeah,
but
maybe you
I
can
wanted
send
to-
all that to policy.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could send the link in the email with, like, with all that.
Yeah, I'll do that. And
So do you withdraw your amendment?
yes, I would like to withdraw my amendment
Okay.
to the policy at hand.
And I'll withdraw my second from that.
All right. And we'll send it back.
Just send copies to Bev.
Now,
Susan,
I
Now I
think,
need to do it again. Okay,
Yeah.
I would like to withdraw the approval of policy P5141.5, suicide prevention / intervention, as a second reading.
and I'll withdraw my second from that.
Okay.
This
Very
could be
good.
a much better document, thanks to everybody's input.
Yeah, appreciate the input.
Yeah.
That's why we go through the process. And I think it works well. So next, do you want to read a motion or no? No. Adrian, would you read the motion for C2?
Right. I would like to make a motion to approve policy P3313.1, local purchasing, as a first reading.
Do I hear a second?
Second, Thomas.
This is one of those 1995 versions. We have very few left. Since I've been here in 10 years, we've tried to wipe out some of those aged ones. And I think the new language, as you can see, is that the board is aware of its responsibility to spend its funds so as to obtain the greatest possible education value for every dollar spent. So that was added on. I think that was a suggestion from Cape.
I have a question for Susan. I'm going to jump back to the suicide prevention. When I was the principal, we had to establish crisis teams in each building. And is that still?
We have that, yes.
Yeah.
And we have crisis intervention plans, and on this is kind of an addendum, is actually the crisis intervention form.
Okay, I can't find my, I'm going to ask Jay if I can have his. I had it, and it's gone, so.
You may.
Yes, okay.
Dean?
Yeah, I looked at this and I thought, okay, all due respect to Cabe, it's kind of for decoration. I don't know why local purchasing doesn't just say what it used to say. We favor the purchase of goods and services from local vendors so long as, et cetera. Why do we need to say that we're aware of our responsibility? I understand why the language may be considered desirable. We want to express ourselves, but I don't think we're adding on to our obligations by having the statement in there. I just find it sort of as a signal. We're saying nice things, but it isn't actually a working component of the policy. So I know, so Cabe recommended it. All due respect to Cabe, I thank you, but no, that would be my position.
Just a quick comment. The legal reference, I think we want to add in the name of it. So it's 10-241. That's the powers of school districts. It's very broad, right? And then the other part is I was wondering, so this is from Kate, that might explain it. The phrase educational value, does that have a broad meaning, or do we have to, because to me at first I thought, well, shouldn't it just be value? Sometimes it's hard to tie in the educational value of a roof on a school, but it has one. I was wondering if we just want to say value, or is basically everything we do of educational value. That's my question.
The challenge I had when I was looking at that was, are we using the word value for money? Is it, it's a value purchase? Are we using the word value for, it is one of our core values? I personally think the green thing is anodyne. I agree with Dean. But if we're going to do it, then I would say educational value, because it narrows the focus down to where we are. That's what we're about, is educational value. And yeah, the roof is necessary for the educational process to happen.
I guess, it's not very specific, and I do appreciate affirmative statements, but does it lock us in at some future date into kind of accounting for how, replacing something, a speed bump, can affects the education? It's a helpful statement, but does it lock us into anything at all? So,
I think the less said, the better. Sometimes.
I'm inclined to concur. I didn't actually think about it that way when we had it in committee, but, I got to lean on Strunk and White with this one. Avoid needless words.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could easily do without the green.
Yeah, I agree.
Don't forget the bramble bush.
So do you want to amend it so we take out the word, as the board, and delete the words out of education and leave it as it was?
Well, we could just withdraw the whole motion.
I would say, though, we should say that we've reviewed this, and, even if we just add the powers, school districts, because I think that you've taken time to review it, and you liked it the original way, so we can update the policy.
Correct.
Reviewed as
Yeah.
of this date, so that we, that's one less that we have to
Right.
review again, like this year.
So we would have to put the of education back in, right?
Yeah.
Since it would be the first time it was said.
Yep.
Exactly.
would have to add the
If we're getting rid of the
title
green.
statute.
Say that again.
We have to put this back in because it'll be the first reference instead of the.
Oh, I see, okay.
She would agree to that. She talked.
I do.
And then, Susan, we would have to add the title of the CGS per Mike, what Mike had mentioned earlier.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Sorry. Per what Mike mentioned earlier, we would need to just add the title
Yes.
of the CGS.
Yep, got it. I wrote that down.
So would you like an amendment?
Yes.
I move that we amend the proposed 3313.1 to its original language with the sole addition of the legal reference to include powers of school district.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay. Adrian seconds. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Any further discussion?
Just by taking this action, is that going to update the date, or that'll automatically be part of the process?
Because
Okay,
we've changed the legal
Understood.
reference.
Adopted.
Understood.
Even all these years later,
Yeah.
still works.
Still works.
So it doesn't trigger a
Yeah.
future review. Yeah.
So does the truck I have from 1995. So.
All right, so all in favor of the amendment offered by Matthew, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes. And now we will go back and go back to the motion to approve policy P3313.1, local purchasing. As a first reading, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes. Next, Adrian, would you be willing to read the motion for item C3?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion to approve bylaw 9324. Am I reading the right one?
No, I'm sorry. At the bottom of page 2.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped one. Yeah.
Yeah. You're moving us.
Oh, yeah, all right. I would like to make a motion to approve policy P5112.2, admission requirements for Groton residents as a first reading.
Do I hear a second?
Second, Thomas.
Second, Thomas. Any
this one-
discussion?
This one was recently approved in November 2023, but one of the things is we put it into practice, and we noticed that parents with the passport word, they bring in their child's passport, but would not link the child to the adult. So we just took out the passport because it really isn't doing us any favors, because if they use it as the child's passport, it doesn't link in. And the reason that you're, documenting this is for proof of age and also for that linking. I'm just looking.
You lost me.
Yeah.
So passport is no longer
That part I got.
something that we
So
would
it proves the
use.
child's age, but doesn't prove their connection to the
The
adult in terms of residency?
Right.
So,
But we're only,
it's in the age list, so why
Yeah.
isn't that,
we're only.
isn't it still okay there? That was my question on this.
Where do you see it again?
It's
On
in
the age list.
It's in the, there's
So
a
maybe,
separate
does it
list for
have to say the
residency.
child's passport? Do we have to be that specific? Because we're not using it for document for proof of residency, are we?
No, just
No,
the
it's the
child's
age.
age, and your
Yeah.
age is
Just the-
there. like
The
because
age
of
is
your-
on the passport, right?
Yeah, because of your date
Yeah.
of birth.
Yeah.
It does mine up.
I'm just trying to guess. I was wondering if it's just US passports that were, the other passports might have been problematic, but I couldn't find a reason.
Do you know if Lauren Cassini is on there? Caitlin?
Yeah. I'll promote her as panelist. Hold on.
Can you ask Lauren to chime in, because she's the one who's been really working on this with me, or working, to get this straight.
Panelist.
Hi, how are you? Sorry, I had my hand raised.
Thank you for being on, Lauren, because I think I've messed up this explanation. So if you could clarify why passport's not working for the child's age.
So it's, the passport, it's all part of the admissions process, the registration process. So the passport is specific to identifying the child's age. The problem becomes, in the past and in practice, we have to have some discernible way of identifying who the guardian or parent of the child is. So when we just have the passport, although it tells us the child's age, there's then no linkage to the adult that they belong to, which we need in our system for obvious reasons. Whereas all the other documents, it's a one-stop shop, right? So by having the passport, they then need to provide a different document anyways, linking the child to the adult in their life, the person responsible for them. So it doesn't necessarily serve as a good tool, if that makes sense.
But it's underneath the admission requirements for Groton resident, and specifically under the document accepted for proof of child's age. So is there other language in that section that talks about linking the parent guardian to the student?
Well, yes and no. So it doesn't explicitly say that we have to link a child to their adult, but throughout the entire document, and it's admission requirement, so it encompasses it all. But there's no specific explicit language that says that we have to have a direct link between the child and the adult that takes care of them. However, it does say throughout the thing, parent or guardian, so I guess it's more of an assumption that that's the person who is responsible for registering the child, and we have to be able to prove that. So explicitly, no. Implicitly, yes.
Can I ask a question? So how about if it's, what is the benefit of an adoption paper or birth certificate if it's like a grandparent or an aunt or uncle who has, oversight over the child?
They typically have additional documentation as well.
Like court papers for guardians?
Okay, but that's not...
There are different requirements and processes that go into, so like, if it's a guardian, there's usually paperwork stating that they're a guardian.
Okay, and then you would require that. Is it maybe that this is missing, we're trying to do a 2-for-1, and we really shouldn't?
No. Actually, thank you for stating that. That was exactly my thought. Was it seems like maybe there's another section that's needed if we're looking, because my concern also is, children in foster care or, in transition, but they have an official guardian. If we're trying to, we have to determine age is one thing. We have to determine guardianship, that's another thing. And then residency.
Well,
so there's three things.
If you look at the paragraph underneath it, it specifically speaks to those situations. The Department of Children and Families and the Judicial Department shall provide the superintendent any educational records within their custody. And so it does speak to that in the next paragraph.
Okay.
And then there's a whole nother section on residency requirements.
I have a question on that.
Andrea.
So we certainly could, and I think we went through this in the policy committee, and then landed with, it just made more sense given the circumstances, and the types of documentation. We want to try to make this as easy as possible on families to get their kids registered in a timely manner, and but we certainly could just change the language up top or add a line, which we did talk about during the policy committee, that has that caveat that we need to link the child to the guardian.
Yeah, I think we almost have to come out and say that.
Yeah, I agree.
A different table.
Yeah, that.
And you could have the same, items listed on the other table. The
Right.
birth certificate. So if you bring a birth certificate, it will suffice for both.
Both. That's a good idea. Did you hear Jen's idea? That we could almost have another particular section with another chart, and some of these things would be good for both, but the passport would, if you're trying to link the child to the guardian or parent, the passport's not going to work.
No?
Right.
It's a great thing for the district to have a copy of, though, to prove that a child is, who the guardians say the child is. So a passport from the district, if a guardian were to come in with no documentation other than a report card that had the child's date of birth on it, that doesn't seem like it would be as valid as a passport, in my opinion.
Andrea, you had something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I have a question on the documents of proof of residency. And I've seen this for the 50 years I've been here, and I never could understand, maybe you can explain it to me, how I could say in the second column, column B, I have to have one of these. So one of the things is, let me see your electric bill, or let me see your gas bill. And I could say, hey, Jay, I live in another town, but I want my kid to go to Fitch. So give me your gas bill. I mean, how do you know that that's the person's gas bill? And I've seen this for the past 50 years, as I said.
Lauren, can you answer that? Do they have to have their name and address verified on their gas bill so that it can't be someone else's?
Yes, so in addition, but that's a second document. They're required to have two documents. One from column A that's a requirement, and then a second from column B. And when we look at them, they need to have, the name and the address have to be included on the bill. It has to be marked to them and at the address they're claiming to be registering at. So yes.
Can I make a recommendation that we work on this with Erica? And I like Jen's idea of making another column. So this one is for the age, and then I think we need to also address the linkage between the parent and the child, and then put the ones that would go with that, and we'll take another close look at it, maybe even if we get a policy meeting in before the next June meeting, then we can bring it back. So,
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. We'll get started on that tomorrow.
Thank you.
What happens if Tommy or Sally or somebody's single parent goes to jail and grandma is raising the kid? And grandma's not the guardian, she's not the legal guardian, but she's where the child is living. I mean, I don't think we can predict every circumstance. At some point, we have to trust administration is going to do its due diligence with each.
Well, I think the court system would prevail, and that a child would have to have a guardian if a parent is incarcerated. They'd have to, even for temporary custody. So you would get those.
I can speak to that a little bit, yeah.
Okay, I'm wrong.
If a parent is incarcerated, that is an automatic trigger. DCF does get involved and creates some, they find usually they favor families. So they try to find a place, and if there's a natural default of like a grandparent or an aunt or an uncle, they will issue that paper pretty quickly, just to kind of provide that coverage.
Thank you.
So on the residency requirements, the last sentence on the first page, the student's parent or guardian must present proof of residency upon initial registration in Groton Public Schools and whenever requested by the principal. I'd like to see some limits put on that power. Maybe, perhaps, I don't know how it's used in practice, but, at most annually or something like that. I don't know what would trigger a principal to request that, but I could see the potential for misuse or targeting. It's not a comment on anyone. I just think it's an overly broad power to have in there as stated, without some limits to how frequently that could happen.
Sometimes there's evidence brought to the school district that someone is not living where they should, and so we do have a process that we go through to have that checked with security, so that, if we find out that, let's say, the location that they said was their home was an empty building, then we have the right to ask for proof of residency. So, we do find that happens sometimes, and you have to really be careful of that. Sometimes the kids will even say, I go over the bridge to go home. So they'll bring it to our attention, and then we really have to check on that.
Yeah, in those situations, I'm familiar with some of them. I think some of that's housing insecurity, bordering on homelessness.
And then there's a whole nother process for that if we do find out that is happening. So,
right, and so maybe, so it adds an element of stress, I would think, to be always watching out. Don't say we're going over the bridge or things like that. Is there some process maybe this can point to that this keys into? So it's not, to me, it just almost feels like it's, it could be at whim. I could say, they don't live next door to me anymore. They moved out for a while, just for whatever reason. I want to guard against targeting, I guess. And then this is just stylistic. You can take this if you want or not. On the second page, there's the definitions, very clear definitions of inter-district magnet and intra-district magnet, and they're right after the paragraph that's talking about each one of those. For me, I'd rather have those in front, but if you feel strongly otherwise, that's fine. So have the definition precede the paragraph about it. And then there's just a typo on the legal references. This is me looking through stuff. There's 10-226 health assessments. That's 10-206. That's just a typo.
Oh, I gotcha. Thank you.
What, the free health assessments?
Yeah.
10-206?
It's 10-206. It's the health assessments, and then the free assessments is 206A. So.
Okay, so we need to look at that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So because this is a first reading, it's going to come back to us again anyway.
Yeah,
If you
that's right.
want, we could vote to have the first reading and then still work on it again before the second reading, unless someone feels strongly that they want to just withdraw the motion altogether.
Well, this is important now because, as you know, the subs are coming in and out and the kids are moving back and forth, and it's a real critical time that we're super busy in enrolling kids. So I would like the language cleaned up sooner than later. So I think we can get a policy meeting in between and then bring it back next month. That would be good.
Yeah.
What do you think, Lauren? Because you
think
help
that's-
with that.
Totally doable.
Okay.
So let's vote on it as a first reading with the understanding it's going to come back
Right.
changed, and then it sort of streamlines the second reading. So if there's no other discussion, I'll call for a vote on the motion to approve policy P5112.2, admission requirements for Groton residents. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So that passes. Dean, would you like to read the motion for C4?
I move to approve bylaw 9324, meeting conduct and parliamentary procedures as a first reading.
Discussion here.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Need a second?
Second?
Second, Thomas.
I'm getting tired. All right.
Yeah, I have two suggestions on this.
So the reason we're revisiting this is basically in green. We want some strong language about not only that meetings be recorded, but be posted. Did anyone want to speak to that?
Well, I'll speak to it briefly. It was, my referral, and I just thought it would help not just the public, but also ourselves as a body to understand, better access the meetings of our committees online, and just to have a catalog there. As it is now, like most of them are recorded, but then you have to request them and then get the link and view them, which is not a huge deal, but I think it would help with the public understanding of what we do and why we do what we do. It would be good for them to have that access as well.
And historically, we've always recorded and uploaded regular meetings. Now we're live streaming it, and it makes it so much easier. And we've got YouTube. And we've also done the committees of the whole, but in the past, different chairs wanted different things. Some wanted it recorded so they could go back and look at it, so I think this is just making it more consistent. We had the word shall, but we were really concerned that sometimes technology fails, so to hold the board responsible each time, we will do our very best, and we endeavor to do this as a board, that's what you all are saying, but because of the technology, there are some times that it might not work out. So I just didn't want to hold us accountable for something like that.
Especially when it comes to audio in certain venues.
Right.
Dean?
Right.
All right, so it's my turn to be the stylist. The wording is a little stilted. Right now, it says Board of Education will endeavor that all regular committee, et cetera, are recorded. I think it would read much better if it said the Board of Education will endeavor to record all regular committee of the whole and committee meetings, comma, excluding any portion, et cetera, and to post such recordings on the district's online video content channel, et cetera. So.
I like that.
So are you making an amendment?
I move that the proposed change be so amended. If you want me to go through that again, I'll be happy to. I know what it's like to be on the receiving end of these on-the-fly edits.
I would second that amendment as well.
I wrote it down.
You did? Okay.
And Joyce will be listening.
And they'll be listening to see that I did it right.
Joyce will be listening with rapt attention. Mike?
So do you want to kind of bundle amendments? I've got a couple easy ones. One is, so I sense that when we're updating these policies, we're saying Board of Education first, and then in parentheses, board, and then the rest of the occurrences are board. So we could do that with this, because the very start of this meeting protocol, to ensure the board's meetings, that could be the board meetings and Board of Education, and we put parentheses board and just follow it through.
Oh, yeah.
I sense that's what's happening with the policies.
Isn't that what, the way we have it?
We
That's
don't.
what we should have done. That's what we should have done.
I think it's converting from old language where every time it says Board of Education to just having it once and then board after that.
That's the way it was. It should be, anyway.
It should be. It isn't
Yeah.
currently on this
Yeah.
particular one.
I insisted on that.
It must
Yeah.
have
Great.
Yeah.
Andrea, how did it sneak by you?
I don't know.
Old language is in black,
There's
so.
an entire policy manual voted on in one meeting.
And then the
I don't know.
The next two are actually related to each other. The legal reference again, everything's right number-wise, don't worry. But the last one is 1-227, and I think it has the old name of it. The old name is mailing of notice of meeting to persons filing a written request. The current name, as I saw it, was provision of notice of meetings to persons filing written requests, period, fees, period. And that updates it, but it also, I think we've got one place on the first page where we should also update the language. And it's at the last paragraph on the first page. It's upon written request to the superintendent of schools, any person or persons may receive by mailing notice of any board meeting. I think we should insert consistent with the statute by mail notice or electronic transmission. That's the wording that's in the current statute. So.
Or electronic.
Transmission. And that way, because that's where I get Board of Ed notices electronically, and if I got it mailed, I'd just say, please stop.
Yeah.
Please email it. And so, and that gets around, that would be of no cost.
Can you go back, since I've got to do this with Erica, can you go back to the 1227, provision of notice?
1227, it's a good
Yep.
show. Provision of notice of meetings to persons filing written requests.
Okay,
Period.
changes to provision, oh, the
That's
whole
the
thing?
new.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are we on the very last paragraph?
No, now we're back to this.
Oh, I see.
Filing written requests, was there something after that, Mike?
Fees.
Yeah, it's just period fees. It's
I have
interesting
that?
how it's titled. I think we
Okay.
got tired too.
So will you accept the bundling?
Well,
No, I don't accept the bundling. I want to vote on my amendment first, then we can deal with Michael's amendment.
Okay.
As long as we're being persnickety.
I have another snicker.
Oh,
I wish I had Snickers.
And then, that's on the first page, in the last paragraph, and it says an annual fee payable to the school district. It should say payable to the district with a big D.
Where are you? I'm sorry, Andrea.
I'm on the first page, on the last paragraph.
and which sentence are you on?
I'm on the second line. It says an annual fee payable to the school district. It should say payable to the district with a big D.
Okay, take out school.
What the heck with it, bundle it all together.
Yeah.
Can we bundle it all together?
If it was up to me, we wouldn't do any of this, but, yeah, yes, bundle it all together, yeah. Just trying to decide the level of persnicketiness I don't want to engage in, but I'm game for it.
Any other discussion?
I'll second the bundle.
Will you second the bundle? Okay.
It's been a long night. You
Yeah.
guys are funny
And
now.
It's not over yet.
There's a bundle of joy to come.
All right, so
Mama.
the motion will be on Dean's amendment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Let's see, and now we will vote. And again, this is a first reading, so it will come back again if we have any other persnicketiness. So we're voting on the motion to approve bylaw 9324, meeting conduct and parliamentary procedure as a first reading,
As amended.
as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? That passes. Ian, would you be willing to read motion C5?
Make a motion to approve the Wit and Wisdom Literacy Program in conjunction with the Haggerty Phonemic Awareness and the University of Florida Literacy Institute, UFly Phonics, to form a compendium of resources for K through 5 literacy instruction per state mandate.
Do I hear a second?
Second. Either one of us.
No, we'll give it to Andrea.
Okay, we'll give it to Andre. And I just want to make an observation that faculty spent, I'm hearing at least 20 hours studying.
Reviewing, and then they
Reviewing.
took it back to the classroom and they piloted it as well.
Has been piloted. The curriculum has discussed it,
Yes.
that we discussed it in it, 2 committees of the whole. One about the process, and then one, we got a little more deeply into it. I know sometimes when people watch these, they think they're making these really important decisions and they didn't talk about anything, but this has been discussed quite a bit, which is not to say that we can't ask any other questions at this point. So, is there any discussion?
Well, I just wanted to, while we're discussing it, just to reiterate the dates of those meetings where it was discussed in more depth, which, if my memory serves, it was last week. It was when we had the teachers here.
Yes.
That was on the 20th?
And I think it was the 6th where we had that,
Yeah,
no,
it
that was
yeah,
before that.
It was curriculum meeting was the 6th,
Right.
where we discussed it in curriculum, and then it was, the 20th, the
Now-
COW.
Was the curriculum committee meeting recorded, and could we?
I think so.
Yeah, I think it was already recorded. I'll check to make sure they were all
Right.
recorded and
And with
published.
permission of the chair, since the policy is not in place yet.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Would we be able to have, would you be willing to have that video posted on the YouTube channel.
Sure, if I knew what that meant, what Susan does.
Published. Yes.
If it hasn't already been.
Right.
As a
I know,
matter of fact, I'll
I
have to
think,
check.
Okay.
not Erica.
Because I think that would help.
Yeah.
Also, because that was a great discussion. And then there was the there's the May 6th
13th.
curriculum committee, and then there's the May 13th
COW.
COW, and there's the May 20th COW. So those 3 meetings, I think, would make a good trilogy of viewings
When was the-
for anyone that really wants to dive into the details.
What was the date on the
May
curriculum?
6th.
May 6th, yeah.
Oh, we packed it in this month, didn't we?
And I think Caitlin sent it to me.
I think we had an April 22nd curriculum meeting on that as well.
You're right.
Yeah, and I would
Then we
just
looked at some
recommend
data, too.
post,
Actually, I
publish
shouldn't
everything.
say that, because now I'm just looking at an old schedule. So,
I'll make sure we get the dates down.
yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So is there any other discussion about this compendium?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
And just now my voice will fail me. Murphy's Law. At the last meeting where this was discussed, I had asked, I have a number of things I wanted to talk about, but I'm not going to belabor most of those. I asked if anybody knew what critical consciousness meant, and I got a variety of answers. They were all good faith attempts for each person to explain what they thought what critical consciousness meant. Ian read off a definition from the internet. That was probably the closest that you're going to find. It's a concern I have because one of the 11 components, is something referred to as culturally responsive and sustaining education. Fairly neutral. It might even sound like what I had to read when I was in 2nd grade about a child named Miguel who grew flowers on his balcony in the city somewhere. Something along those lines, perhaps. But there are 36 questions that the teachers were asked regarding that component. And again, this goes along with phonics and fluency and vocabulary, et cetera. And I want to first start with at least what I found in Wikipedia, which is the source of all knowledge. Now, I was aware of this before. I didn't have to go to Wikipedia for it. But critical consciousness is a specific phrase. I'll quote very briefly, quote, popular education and social concept developed by Brazilian pedagogue and educational theorist Paulo Freire, grounded in neo-Marxist critical theory. He wrote a book that was published in 1970 called Pedagogy of the Oppressed. He was dealing with a very, very, very poor class in Brazil and its lack of literacy. But critical consciousness is part of a larger group of thought. You've heard the word critical before. You've heard of there's critical theory, there's critical gender theory, critical race theory, just critical theory. So critical consciousness basically is, it's like this. For pedagogy, why wait until an individual is an adult to then hit them with these concepts? Wouldn't it be better, if you believe in all of this, wouldn't it be better if you train children from as early an age as possible to be, quote, critically conscious? And what do they mean by that? Well, you can read it. It's not exactly naked, but it does have a rather sheer negligee on. You can read it in the questions that are asked the teachers. And this is not in any order, so it's hard to find it sometimes. But question 1, for example, and question 2, both refer to critical consciousness. Do the materials promote critical consciousness? Do the materials provoke critical consciousness? Questions 5 through 7 deal with race, gender, sexuality. Questions 10, 11 deal with, are the children aware of comparisons between orderless culture and dominant culture, uncivilized culture, quote unquote, and dominant culture. Question 13 is combating inequity. Question 19 kind of reminded me a little bit of a Maoist struggle session, teacher reflection of their own biases. Questions 25, 26, 27, 28 refer to exploitation, oppression, sexism, privilege. Question 30 deals with intergroup conflict. All of this is part and parcel of what's called critical theory, be it economic, which is the basis for, say, Soviet Marxism, or critical gender theory, where women are posited to be the oppressed class and men the oppressor class, critical race theory, where whites are posited to be the oppressor class and blacks, for example, the oppressed class. Critical consciousness is instilling in children the consciousness of who is who, based on gender, sexual orientation, race, etc. The list is almost infinite. Whether you agree with all of this or not, I find it, frankly, rather pernicious that it is inserted into a reading program. I'm not sure if it can be teased out. This is a K through 5 reading program, and one of the components is, how do you judge this material in comparison with or according to critical theory? I have a very big objection to that. And for that reason, I'm going to vote no. I don't think it's proper for this. I don't think the children are in any position to say, excuse me, teacher, but I have some questions about critical theory. I have a differing opinion. I have a different experience I might want to share. You can do this at the college level. I don't think you should be doing this in the public school, and I don't think you should be doing this in the primary grades. That's my objection to it. Even if I was in favor of these concepts, I think this is misplaced. For all the hours that were spent, for all the effort that's gone in, for all the wonderful things that wit and wisdom, et cetera, can do, it scores much higher than the old program does for reasons that are shown in the answers. The teachers thought that, yes, this program does promote critical consciousness, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a winner in that regard. But I think the whole thing is misplaced in the primary grades. I do not expect to win this argument, to be honest with you. I think there's too much momentum behind this, but I would feel quite cowardly if I walked out of this room without having said anything about it.
Susan, I don't know if you or maybe Ms. Corcoran could address this. This framework came down from the state?
It was through the state, a grant, and it was this Hill and literacy, and those are the components they were looking at. The multiple, it was one of many components that we were rating. And I think we tend to look at culturally responsive teaching, meaning that we have books that are mirrors and windows for our students, that they can see themselves in it, or they can understand better some of their friends. And so really, that's what we're looking at in a reading program, that, the kind of books and choices that we have for our children to read, so that we make sure that there's a wide range and a diversity similar to what we have in our own community. So I don't know, Lisa, do you want to pick up on that at all? Thank you for hanging out with us so long.
Yes, thank you.
I believe that all of our children in Groton deserve to have their backgrounds honored and their experiences honored, as well as the state requiring that we really support our children in embracing diversity. Part of what we were looking at when we were analyzing the different curricular resources were, can our children see themselves represented? Can children learn about others? Can children learn to understand what is fair and what isn't fair? And so that's what we were looking at when we were analyzing these resources. And to some of the conversations we've had, we noticed that wit and wisdom in and of itself has a variety of diverse text, but we could do better. We know that Geodes has more diversity within text.
And those are the decodable texts that we...
Those are our decodable texts that we have already purchased. So that's what we were looking for as a team to support our children so that they could see themselves and learn about others as well.
Can I say something?
Andrea.
Dean, I respect what you said, but last week I asked a question that was intended to defend you. And I'm going to ask the same question but it's intended to make you think again, and that is, do the words common sense mean anything to you? What you're talking about is absolutely correct on the college level. It's not going to happen at the elementary level. And for that reason, and if it were to happen, and you're pointing out that it can't, I have faith that the teachers would take care of that. And so that's why I'm going to vote yes. I think that we spent a good deal of time looking into this. And that's one of the reasons that I would like to see board members be able to meet with the teachers and the representatives at the same time, and beyond that. But the idea is that the only caveat I have is that if we are to find a situation as you're describing it, that the administration, and I'm talking about Mrs. Austin here, would act on that and not just say, oh, well, we're committed to this and on we go, but would investigate it and act on that concern. And that, I have faith that that will happen. Done.
If somebody else wants to go, I'm kind of collecting my thoughts here still a little bit, so if somebody else has something to say.
Do you have something?
Yeah, so the way I see it.
Can you just bring it a little closer?
Yeah, the way I see it, Dean, is if we don't learn about diversity and we try to find an application that is sterile, we don't live in a sterile world. I can totally understand where you're coming from, but then everything would be like the textbooks back in the days when we were in school, where everything is reference point white. Not necessarily saying white is bad, because my family is half white. We just need to be able to understand and respect that there's different cultures. And yes, you can learn from somebody who doesn't look like you, who doesn't think like you, because we've talked about this before. I've gone to schools, I've never once had like a teacher who came from my background. I still learn, I'm still good. So just getting exposure and having texts for these kids to understand that, yes, I'm different and I live in New England. It's just giving them like a broader respect, because you don't know what you don't know, and you're just trying to change a paradigm at this point, because like you're only exposed to like what you're exposed to. So that's where I'm coming from. So, and as they know, I've supported them from day one. Whichever application that they would have recommended, I would support them.
Dick and Jane and their dog Spot are gone.
Yep.
I just want to say I'm new to the board, and I know this has been a lengthy timeline and discussion about this, so I'll be abstaining from this vote. But I do want to kind of understand your point a little bit. Just a quick search for Wit and Wisdom itself, their curriculum, I don't believe, I couldn't find it. I don't think they're using the phrase critical consciousness. Is that correct? It's from this rating, this scoring system?
Lisa, can you confirm that question that Mike Whitney has, that Wit and Wisdom, they're not using the critical consciousness phrase? That was from the Hill on literacy. Isn't it culturally responsiveness that we talk about more often?
Culturally responsive education.
Right.
And so I don't know, did you find it at all in the Wit and Wisdom curriculum
I
itself?
didn't look in Wit and Wisdom. I was looking at the rubric used
Right.
for the scoring. And so the origin of that could be in Wit and Wisdom. The origin could have been the Hill. I imagine I don't think it was homegrown, because it's much too extensive. We hired a consultant for a reason.
And the Hill is the consultant, is what that produced the, I guess, the grading rubric?
Right, but they were hired by the State Department of Education to work with districts, and we had applied for this grant, so it was at no cost to the board, with this extensive opportunity and process that I think the teachers felt really very validated that it was worth the work and the many hours, because they felt like they really understood the entirety of the program better after doing the deep dive and the review, and then also trying it out in the classroom.
Thank you, because obviously I'm coming at this
Right.
at the end. So just my quick read, it's not, critical consciousness as a term I couldn't see drawn out in the Wit and Wisdom curriculum. It is in this rating rubric, which actually looks quite extensive and probably thought and discussion provoking, which is what you're bringing up, actually. Just one part of it. And then the 2 points are, it's in the culturally responsive and sustaining education, or CRSE, part of this. Number 1 and 2, do materials promote critical consciousness? Do program materials provoke critical consciousness? And then that's of 36 different metrics there. So that's just what I see. I see it as an element of the rating system, but not necessarily the curriculum. So.
Would you agree with that, Lisa, that it was through the rating program on the Hill, with the Hill?
Yeah.
Not necessarily in the program?
Correct. And that's actually not necessarily how our teachers
Saw it.
interpreted that. And that's not the lens that they took when they were evaluating the resources.
Thanks. And it was nice to see in that section there are things exactly what you're bringing up. Do students' materials have authors who are people of diverse identities? Do program materials portray differently abled characters? These are some of the things that were brought up even tonight.
That's true.
Public comment as important.
Yeah.
Ian.
I just wanted to express my appreciation for the comments by Ms. White and Mr. Whitney. I'm of a similar vein that, this rubric was brought forth by the Hill, and these questions were among many others. However, the questions that you identified, do program materials acknowledge racism? Do they acknowledge discrimination? Do they acknowledge exploitation? Do they acknowledge sexism? Do they acknowledge privilege, ableism, intergroup conflict, diverse ethnicities? Do they portray diverse ethnicities? There is sometimes a concern that, history is somehow being altered, or things being portrayed in different ways due to these enhanced curriculums, and the general drift, what's been happening, I believe, we're all moving towards a better understanding of history, and also social and cultural factors. As you identified yourself earlier tonight, a student that identifies as gay has a much different experience in school now than when I was in school or when you were in school.
Even back then.
Right. So, that's significant. And that's where we're going with this. And so what I believe these filters or these rubrics are attempting to do, helping guide curriculum choices, is that we're trying to get a broader sense and a more detailed. So we're trying to go broad and deep at the same time. And it's not so much that history is being altered or erased with this; it's actually being enhanced. This is what's been missing. The history that we learned coming up through school, slightly different generations, still, that was missing parts. Like, I received an incomplete education, an incomplete social and cultural awareness coming through school. I had to, reach out and do my own research and find my own experiences. So, I can understand the concern with some of the hot button words, but if you look at the intent and the intended outcome, I believe that is, we're going into a good direction. We're going for a broader and a deeper understanding of how we all relate to each other. And I also do trust the teachers as far as like guiding the content, guiding the delivery of the content, and managing, the game time decisions. And back to the common sense thing that Dr. Ackerman identified. So, I'm comfortable with the way things are. As far as how we got to, well, I have concerns about how we got to be here with this, but that, it has to do with timeline, process, procedure. That's a conversation that we're going to deal with, in the near future, as far as looking at that. But for the here and now, looking at this curriculum, and as far as trying to make sure that we have, because, this is all just one little aspect. The other thing that excited me about, the Wit and Wisdom was the scores that it received for phonemic awareness, phonological implementation. That is the bread and butter. I also want to identify, just to close on the critical consciousness, the rubric that I was looking at showed low to almost no score for the K1 and 2 levels, but it was more like 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade where the scores started going up. But also, throughout in the other parts of this rubric, there are very strong scores for phonological awareness and phonics instruction at a young age, which is the linchpin to all thinking.
And that's what we really appreciated, that we could do this in a compendium way. That's why we made sure that we put in the University of Florida model and the Haggerty model along with the Wit and Wisdom, because that as a complete compendium is where we saw the greatest strength. And the teachers have already kind of embraced the Haggerty and have so for a while, and then also the University of Florida this year, the rollout, and I can't wait to share the data, but we really have seen over the year such measured progress as we're finishing up some of the assessments from that. So
right.
I agree that was, we couldn't have done it in the same way with the other program, so
Right.
that was a big selling feature.
Right, and having that's a bridge. It's already familiar territory. That there's the stuff that's been piloted and already integrated in. Again, we have to build a firm foundation. The reading has been a historical challenge, and coming with the, having recently gone through special education training, I was astounded to learn that, phonics and phonological awareness, phonemic awareness, and the morphological instruction, that explicit instruction, was somehow new, quote unquote, to special education, a new move, when I recognized the instructional techniques from when I was a child being taught how to read. I remember my phonics textbooks. So, there is certain foundational aspects that I think are very strong in this program, and that I think leads to just a better foundation for everyone.
When everybody else.
Thank you.
Dean has his hand.
If everybody else is
I'm just
gone.
looking around to see if there's anybody else. Matthew?
I'm wrestling with this. I 100% believe we need to be supportive of be culturally responsive, and have our students grow up in respect for one another and appreciate the differences. I think that's what makes our society, or has made our society, evolve in these last 30, 40 years. I personally agree that there's a dominant paradigm that perpetuates inequitable relationships on issues of racial, gender, sexual affinity, and economics. And these, in my personal opinion, need to be defeated. And I'm going to focus on Mr. Frary, because we wrestled with him for 2 years in graduate school on him. And he did occur in a dictatorship, and he was wrestling in a different set of circumstances. But whether it is an ideology of the left or an ideology of the right, I have no interest in perpetuating any ideologies in our school district. I don't think dividing folks into tribes of oppressors and oppressed is a level of reflection attainable in the K-5 level. I don't think that was the intent, but it was what was articulated in part of the documents. So I will support the adoption of this curriculum, but I think we need to be mindful that if the teachers weren't explained what these words meant in critical consciousness before they answered the questions, that's problematic about the Hill. And if it was explained to them beforehand, then it's problematic for us in the question of the professional development to come. So the Hill placed a problematic filter that was unnecessary, in my opinion. We need to tread lightly, and we need to be sure that our professional development discriminates, in the best sense of the word, between cultural responsiveness and critical theory, which is an ideological position, which why I may particularly agree with personally, has no business being given to our kindergarten, first, second, third, and fourth, and fifth graders.
Can I say something?
Matthew, can I just speak back to one of the things that you were saying?
Please.
So, yes, the Hill does have this as a lens on their document. But when we asked that question, specifically the group that was evaluating, what we were told was the most important thing was for our team to come to a consensus around what we were going to be looking for. So that team came together with those first two and decided that the lens that they were taking with those questions were, when looking at these resources, do these resources help promote diversity? Do these resources help our kids better understand who they are and who others are? So it wasn't that we found that exact definition that has to do with politics. What we did was we made the decision that this was the lens that we were taking, and that was the recommendation from the Hill. But I just want you to know that the lens that we were taking was, are these resources promoting diversity? Can kids see themselves, and can they learn about others? Another thing I do want to point out to everyone, I was on the Connecticut State Department of Education site, and in 2021, there was a joint statement on the importance of culturally responsive education put out by the Connecticut State Department of Education, Connecticut Association for Public School Superintendents, Connecticut Association for Boards of Education, Connecticut Association for Schools, the American Federation of Teachers in Connecticut, Connecticut Educational Association, and so on and so forth. I can absolutely send the link to everybody so that we can see that we are in alignment with what the state of Connecticut and all those organizations are recommending for children, which is to build a culturally sustaining and responsive education system that fosters our children's cultural awareness and development. Cultivating authentic relationships with all members of a school community, including culturally diverse families via two-way reciprocal conversations around the development of curriculum, instructional methods, and expectations for student learning. So I can send this link to Susan or Phil, and they can forward this link to everybody on the board.
Thank you, Lisa.
Some meetings ago, Andrea said, at some point, we need to trust our administration.
Yes.
And I do.
And our teachers.
And I
Yeah.
trust.
And our teachers who evaluated this.
And I trust you, Lisa. I just want to say that, given that that lens was articulated, I hope our professional development can make it clear that
Yeah, just one thing.
that was their lens.
Right.
It's not ours.
Absolutely.
I have one thing that I just wanted to say, that I support what Matthew is saying. And if I'm reading you correctly, Matthew, what my concern about this is that, yes, we must be culturally sensitive and celebrate cultures, but as we do that, we are undermining the basic idea of we are all one. And I'm reading your concern, so that's all I had to say.
Adrian.
Yeah, I understand, or at least I think I understand what you're talking about, Dean. But I guess to take it back a little bit, where we started with this was culturally damaging materials. And I still would love to have an answer to that published study on educational damaging materials in Wit and Wisdom, and how we're going to deal with that. And I think from talking to the staff, they didn't feel that the program was damaging at all. But I would kind of appreciate us at least looking into that study and understanding what it said, and any corrections we may have to make, or modifications to deal with that.
Adrian, can I just add something to what you're saying?
Sure.
I think correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the research that you sent about Wit and Wisdom was that it was Eurocentric, not culturally damaging, like the research that was done by NYU Steinhardt.
Did you guys buy that study? I gave Phil the front page of it.
I think we did read through that, and it was Eurocentric, but we can take a peek at it again.
I didn't think so. It was there was another letter written from a Groton school, or a Massachusetts school system, that had a similar outlook. But I guess I would just leave it now with have a look at that study, and let us know if it should be a concern. And if it is a concern, if there are some things in there, I don't think that that's a reason not to choose the program. I think we just need to
Be aware.
we need to be aware of it, and have a plan for it. And I think the culturally damaging was, it just said that the biggest 3 programs had culturally damaging materials. So I don't think that means that there's only 3 programs. I think they probably all have different things, and we just need to figure out how we're going to wade through that and minimize everything. So I guess, I do support this, because I think that the teachers really support it. And if we just take a step back, about half of the children in our elementary schools are reading below grade level. What we've been using hasn't been working. We are making this program. None of the programs are going to be complete. They're all going to be missing things, and teachers are going to have to use their training and the knowledge that they've learned from years of teaching to fix those holes and to pick up on the problems in the programs. And we're going to have to do a lot of training for those teachers as well to make this program work. But we are, I think Wit and Wisdom, UFly, Hegarty, these are great programs and vastly superior to what we've been using. So we were in a balanced literacy and then kind of in a balanced literacy plus program. We are completely switching over to a program that we know, based on tons of scientific research, is going to be the most effective for our kids. So I don't want to get lost in the weeds of a few things that may not be perfect and lose sight of what this really is going to be for our district. When done properly, this program, in addition to the teaching, is going to bring those grades up and get our kids where they need to be so they can be more successful throughout education and life in general.
Okay, Dean.
My turn. So I've heard much about cultural education, diversity, generating awareness of other people's backgrounds, learning about your own background, etc. That's all well and good. Respectfully, I think that misses my point. I've got no problem with teaching kids the wonderful things about somebody else's culture or the other differences, etc. Some of that stuff they'll find themselves. Kids are always looking for differences, for better or for worse, with other kids. I have no problem with that per se. I think that some of it is a little overdone. seems to be the core thing. My goodness, if we don't teach kids that there are differences with other kids, what is to happen? Well, I would relax on that a little bit. But my point remains that whatever the intention was here, whatever the interpretation of this language was here, the words that I saw in the rubric, wherever they come from, I hate to use the word, they're trigger words. They're not just, oh, they just happen to be. This is kind of a dual-use thing. The purpose of engendering a critical consciousness is not so, yes, we'll say, well, it's so the kids learn that they're conscious of their differences from other students. The original purpose of critical consciousness was to engender this consciousness so that people will identify by various groups. The ultimate purpose, of course, is to demolish, to deconstruct the dominant, to deconstruct the society. I'm not going to link it necessarily to Karl Radek, but for some people, for some thinkers in the past, on the left especially, the revolution is the thing. So I don't assume that everybody who comes along and says, I've got an idea, is necessarily driving toward the same goal that I am. I'll leave that one aside for the moment. As far as trusting teachers go, I would love to. I would love to do that. I had a 5th grade teacher who tried to tell us that the word woman was spelled W-I-M-M-I-N. She was a diehard feminist. Mrs. Kahn, long-term sub in English in 8th grade, tried to get us all to read Betty Friedan's Feminine Mystique. We rebelled. There are teachers, there will be teachers who take this not the way we're talking about it, not the way you've been talking about it. And what I'm concerned with is that many people, many teachers have been, and many people in general, have been soaking in this. So they don't see it the way that I do. I feel like I'm sort of yelling in the wind a little bit. It's a concern of mine. I find it a lot is made of the differences. Learning about differences, learning about others is one thing. Making it essential. And I see this happening especially with race, where it was supposed to, when I was growing up, supposed to be the kind of thing where ultimately, in the future, your skin color would matter as much as your hair color. And now we're this close to making race an essential component. What's your race? What's your gender? What's your orientation? And that's what defines you, or that's at least the starting point for characterizing you. My God, what a reverse that is as far as I'm concerned. But I am swimming against the tide. And I admit that while there are many positive things about this program, and I should be saying yay and basically holding my nose, that what I'm really doing here is kind of checking out and taking the luxury. I'll be the one who dissents in this thing. For my own personal reasons, I'd feel like I could not say yes, despite the other wonderful aspects of this program. So that's where I am on it.
Okay, are there any other questions, concerns, observations?
Yeah, it's 9:37.
Yeah. We have a few more things.
Yep, we have a few more things to go.
I know that.
So, hearing none, I just want to say that this has been a process. I am thrilled that the faculty was so involved with it. This rubric was one part of it, but they also got into the materials, and I'm looking forward to bringing a new program to Groton, which, as Adrian has said, if we can get everyone reading in K through 3, it will help with all of the subject matter that the children will be dealing with through their school career. So at this point, I'm going to call a vote on the motion to approve Wit and Wisdom Literacy Program as part of the compendium with Haggerty, UFly, and the other resources for the K through 5 literacy instruction per state mandate. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
All right.
Do you want to read the names out for Joan?
What?
Or is Joan tracking this as a,
Yes, I'll send her an email.
okay.
All right. Now, the next two items, if we choose to approve the educational specifications for the Charles Barnum roof and solar. It doesn't mean that we've decided tonight that we're doing it. We're not entering into an actual agreement to do it. But this is a prerequisite that we have voted on these, should we go forward with an RFQ. Is that, am I correct, Sam?
Q or RFP?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay.
RFP?
So, keeping that in mind, let's see. Mike, would you want to read the motion for C6?
Yeah, so this motion is to approve the educational specifications for the Charles Barnum roof replacement project.
And do I hear a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, that's Matthew. All right, so we did discuss this in detail at the Committee of the Whole. And again, this is something that isn't going to move forward this summer, but it has to be in place for when we do decide to move forward. Did anybody have any questions about the roof replacement specifications?
Just have a quick one. I can't remember, did we have a CIP for this already?
Yes,
Correct?
yes. The funding is approved
That's in place.
for the roof,
Yes.
not the solar. It's a different situation. Did you have something, John? Oh, okay. Anyone have any questions? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor to approve the educational specifications for the Charles Barnum roof replacement project, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? That passes. Let's see, Matthew, would you like to read the motion for C7?
No, I'm going to make a motion to amend, so let somebody else make the main motion.
Okay. Jen, would you like to read the motion for C7?
Sure. Motion to approve the educational specification for the Charles Barnum roof-mounted solar photovoltaic array project.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion.
Let somebody else go first, or I'll go.
I think we covered it pretty comprehensively.
Okay.
Mike?
I've just got a quick one, because I wasn't around for that. So I see it says project will have a minimum lifetime of 20 years, but energy production can be expected for up to 30 years. How long are we thinking Charles Barnum is going to be in this school?
Exactly. That's
the ultimate question.
And again, that's why I say, even though we're going to vote on the ed specs tonight, in no way are we saying that we're putting
Doing the project.
a solar array on a 55-year-old building. So,
However,
but we are providing the foundation for it in the future, yes.
I think Sam could probably address this better, but I think what we were told was that the panels would pay for themselves, what, within
5 years?
5 years, 5 years, I
I
think.
believe the last estimate was 4.5 years.
Right,
just under
and
5
if we
years.
started today to talk about doing away with Charles Barnum, it would take about that time. So in other words, by the time Barnum would come down, we could decide that, the panels will have paid for themselves, and we could either chuck them or reuse them. That's
Right.
my
Or
understanding.
transport them to the new.
and to build on what Dean was saying, the panels, the way I understood it, the panels were modular, essentially, like they could be relatively easily disconnected and relocated and reused.
Well,
Is that-
how easily?
Easily, yeah.
Well, I did do some hand gestures. Relatively.
However, a
easily.
lot of the components would be destroyed in the process, and then
Yeah.
there is the cost of removing them, transporting them, storing them. They were engineered for this building, not some other building somewhere.
Right.
And then you'd have to have all the installation all over again. So,
wiring.
And just general obsolescence.
yeah.
Right.
I'm sorry, did you have your hand?
Yeah, it was just to say that it was a 5-year payoff. But yeah, I think the cost of the panels in the inverter versus the cost of the whole project, because my guess is that you're losing probably the racks, all of the wiring, all of the labor.
Right.
So
Right.
you're going to, it may not be worth it to move panels. You might as well buy new stuff with a warranty
Yeah.
versus the amount of money that you're going to save. And then maybe you can sell them on the used market in 5 years. But we should be careful not to say that we're talking about another school project tonight. We are
Right.
just talking
Yes.
about
Hypothetical.
Yes.
hypothetically
Hypothetically.
a minimum lifespan of Charles Barnum of 5 years. So that would be so it very likely would break even in that amount of time. Less the cost of removal if we ended up.
Recycled.
That's what Sam said.
Or the cost of, the cost of disposing of them, which I don't know if anybody's even tried to calculate what it would cost to dispose of solar panels, because a lot of people haven't started to do it just yet.
Nobody has that number yet.
Yeah. So we're basically putting that onus on a future board or town to shoulder that responsibility versus the ones we agreed to do on the middle school and on Mystic River are totally owned by the Green Bank, and they're responsible for the removal and disposal, and it's not on the towns. So I just mentioned that for what it's worth. Any other comments about the ed specs?
Just in 5 years, they're going to be out of date anyway. So,
Okay. I support the idea of moving ahead to get the engineering done, or get the, you said RFP or RFQ? I'm not sure I know.
I don't know that that matters.
Okay.
We're going to go forward and we're
Okay.
going to put out a request.
So I'm concerned with the way that request is the RFP goes out.
Well, that would be a future discussion. That would have nothing to do with the ed specs.
I'm not sure, Dean.
I'm Jay, and I actually spoke to Sam earlier, and that's a totally different process when we go out to bid.
So then there's no
Has nothing to
need
do with the ed
so they're not going to be coming back with the cost figures? Are they going to be coming back with cost figures?
Not at this point. At some point, they will be. But I think, I did read your emails over the weekend regarding your concerns with potentially designated the panels to be made here within the states or something along those lines. But I think that would be best be handled in the actual bid spec when that comes out, as opposed to the educational specification.
Okay.
I'd like to
That's
see
my
what that difference in cost would be, rather than tie us in at this early
Well, I don't want,
stage.
the intent was not to tie us in, was to make sure that we got bids with both formats,
Yeah.
so that we could look at what the actual net cost was after reimbursements. But if you say that's not necessary now, then let's go ahead and vote.
Okay. Any other comments, concerns? Okay, so all those in favor to approve the educational specifications for the Charles Barnum roof-mounted solar photovoltaic array project, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay? Abstentions?
I'm abstaining. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, so you're abstaining. Okay. Discussion and possible action regarding Juneteenth. Jen, would you like to read the motion?
Motion to approve the observation of Juneteenth on June 19th, 2024 for 12-month employees.
Do I hear a second?
Second, Thomas.
Okay.
So that's aligned with what the town is doing, and I think we have to do this year to year because, right now we're graduating the kids by the 14th, so it doesn't really impact our schools or our school personnel. So it only would impact mostly people who are work throughout the year, all year long, so.
I have a question or
Please.
discussion. So if we celebrate Juneteenth for the people who are 12-month employees, are we giving up, let's say, Columbus Day, for instance?
No.
I don't know that there's a switching of the
Because
days.
most companies have been switching.
So we're just doing what the town has done for their employees.
Okay.
So we're just aligning to what the town is doing.
So that's an additional holiday that we're paying for? Discussion.
I can speak to it from my own experience. We had, as a state employee, we were granted an extra we get Juneteenth off. And there was some back and forth between our administration about switching holidays, and it was decided, no, it's an additional holiday. Because it is an observation of that event, and it does not equate or, replace another event. It is not a zero sum. It's in both and.
I have explained that our 12-month employees are very busy in the summer, and we're hiring people, so HR is very busy, finance is still working hard, and so we get the job done. So they might have to, work a little harder during that work week just to get the things done, whether it's payroll or anything else that we're doing has to be done. And I'm sure, if I ever took the day, I'm probably doing emails and doing other things as well at home, if I do. So I think it's one of those things that, for the 12-month employees, I think about, Sam, your group too, as hardworking as they are, especially over the summer and throughout the year, that it's, that they'll continue and they'll get done what they need to get done. So I don't think we're going to miss out on that.
It is a federal holiday.
And it is a federal holiday.
And again, the human aspect of it, is it worth making all those people resentful? Is that worth it? The human aspect is critical in this
Right,
decision.
especially when the town chooses to do it. And I think really, we should be aligned with the town as much as we can.
Except on health.
Well, we have been aligned. We'll see what happens.
So I'm inferring that observation means a day off.
It does, but one of the things that we do in the schools is we have books and we have things that talk about the event.
Right, but this
Just
is,
similar to other,
but this is for the 12-month employees, so.
Right,
So
right.
yes, if they work it, they get holiday pay.
Right.
Because there obviously could be people that might have to come in.
So I'm in support of the observance. This is my question. How does this work in terms of contracts, negotiated agreements? Because would we otherwise have had to wait until a new contract negotiation period to add this in? I'm wondering why we're doing it this year, other than the fact that there's good reason we're trying to keep pace with the town, and for that matter, the
I don't know
federal
that we
government.
did it last
Well,
year.
last year, they did observe it last year, and I believe Lori had an MOU with the unions.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll have to double check on it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that she had an MOU.
So this isn't the first time?
No.
Each year, we're going to, okay.
Well, I think we do come to the board each year to ask for that.
And until we actually negotiate, because we haven't sat down with any of the bargaining units since the law changed.
Right. But I'll bring that up to Lori, the MOU.
Okay, so if there are no other questions, I will entertain a vote to approve the observation of Juneteenth for 12-month employees. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, now we come to letters, communications, and comments. So I'll start with Ian and go around.
Oh, you had to come to me first.
Anything?
So on May 8th, I did go to the RTM meeting. It was a regular meeting. They had public petitions. I spoke at public petitions, thanking them, thanking the RTM for the support on the budget restoration, and also advocating for them to hold fast and continue to support the CIP for the auditorium. And I did speak to a few members over time there about the concerns about the the possible grant and that whole situation. I think that those are fair concerns, but the one point I tried to reiterate was that by approving the CIP is that it keeps our timeline where we can get the auditorium work done during the summer and do not impact the students coming in the fall. And whatever we have to do to make the money right on the other end, if the grant should be awarded.
Right.
Which is a big if, which is one of the points I try to emphasize, then we could figure that out on the other end. But the main thing is to get the work done with the least impact on the students. The other thing, multiple track meets, went to a concert on the 22nd. But the most important thing that I discovered in this intervening time, I had sent an email to the whole board. There is a new state law that has now empowered local boards of education to establish their own non-lapsing fund, independent of the financial oversight bodies of the town. So we no longer need to depend on the town council to approve or to pass an ordinance empowering us to create a non-lapsing fund and then hold the purse strings on that fund. We can do it ourselves. So I encourage, well, I guess I'm making a referral to, finance and facilities, and, we already had a meeting where I was able to sit in, and so the research project has evolved, and so I have, I'll be sending out a whole bunch of drafts of non-lapsing funds that I've found historically, but they're all tuned towards boards of finance or town councils or RTMs, whereas we will have to retool the language to meet the modern frame of context.
And I would say to try to do it like this summer. Ray is here.
Yes.
He's had a lot of experience with non-lapsing funds and was very curious why we didn't already have one. So I think he would, he has some expertise in that area as well.
I'll send my material around over the next few days.
Okay.
And maybe we can hasten that along. And that's all I have.
Dean?
All right, I've said enough, but on that, yes, I will wait for whatever it is would you like another item in another meeting, or are you just going to retool whatever it is you were working on?
I could just retool what I have, just get a draft going.
Because I'm thinking if we had another Finance Facilities Committee meeting agenda item that said, okay, now we don't need the town council's permission.
Yeah.
We're just going to be talking about the same thing all over again. Right. So I'm thinking if it's just, excuse me, if it's just us, then let's just, whatever you got.
Draft something up.
Bring it forward, we'll taste it.
All right. I'll get right on that.
Yeah.
As for the rest,
Maybe we could put that on
Adrian.
a regular agenda
All right.
Yep.
next month.
All right. I'll try to have something done by the end of the week.
If we could
Do it this summer.
vote on it next month.
Fast track.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we need money to put in the fund.
Yeah, well, that's
Well,
the next
there's
thing we'll talk
another-
about on.
There's another thing we're going to
Right.
talk about on June 3rd.
Yeah.
We won't get into that tonight.
All right, so my support of the non-lapsing fund to happen next month, if possible. And I also attended the employees' retirement reception. There was a lot of retirees that weren't there, but I do want to express my thanks to all of the employees that have spent large portions of their lives working for Groton's children and educating Groton's children and dealing with all of the other stuff around that for the common goal of making our community a better place. So I do want to express that personal feeling.
If I could just second, I forgot to, I apologize, I neglected to mention I was at that event too, and I share
We
your
really
support.
appreciated you being there, too. Thank you.
So in light of Chairman Whitelaw's inability to be there that night, they asked me to say a few words. So I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give those few words for you. When I looked at the list of who was retiring, I said, no, no, no. So those are my words.
Of course, she had many of them as children.
I did. I had. Let me just say one more thing. I know it's 10 o'clock, but I had Kathy Wilson in the 8th grade, and I had
Susan Johnson.
Mrs. Johnson and Mr. Johnson. in the 8th
Oh,
grade.
wow.
So that was a wonderful thing.
That was cool.
Come on.
Jen?
I heard from someone that we shouldn't have graduation on the same night as Grasso Tech. And I said, we made the decision based on what was good for our kids, and they made the decision based on what was good for their kids. The concern was if you had twins graduating on the same day, that the parents would have to like split, and if they were a single parent, what would they do?
So I think theirs is 5 and ours is 6:30.
Perfect.
So they can just run from
I
one
just
field to the
said that I
next.
would stay
Hopefully
there.
their name begins with an A or a B.
And ours is really, our ceremony, we've always done such a good job. Really, like an hour, right? An hour and a half. We keep our speeches short and succinct.
Perfect. I just said I would bring it up, and I brought it up.
All right, so noted.
There may be competing loudspeakers that night, though.
Oh.
Hopefully we rented ours, and it's going to be better than our normal.
I went to the mentor dinner and gave them a few words, thanking them, the mentors, the mentees. I asked the mentees to look around to their left and right and see all the adults who were there for them, not only their families, immediate families, but all the adults in the school. Senior class fundraiser, had a gas, had a lot of Ernie's cooking, and glad I showed up at the photovoltaic launch. You missed a good time. Got to go out on the roof.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Mike, you probably watched these meetings before. I don't know if you've ever stayed this late for one.
I don't think I have either.
Fast forward.
Maybe negotiations till
I
10.
know. So this is where we do letters, communications, and any comments about anything within your jurisdiction, which is like just about anything.
Well, I've been a member of the Board of Ed for what, this whole
lot of
meeting, which is
hours.
like 4.5 hours or so. So thank you for welcoming me here and having a nice, well-packed meeting.
Yeah.
Yes. Our policy committee has been very busy. I'm just going to say that I do regret that I was unable to make the retirement reception. However, I did ask Andrea if she would
Say a few
fill in.
words.
and
She
I
did a
think
wonderful job.
I think she did a fantastic job, much better than I would have. I also just want to mention, I'll send out an email to this effect, but per our vote in the spring, I'm naming an ad hoc committee to make recommendations to the full board with regard to budget preparation and presentation. And that will begin in June. Ian has agreed to chair that committee, and Jen and Mike, he's going to hit the road running, will also serve on that. This is an ad hoc, so they will create a report, send it to the board, we'll decide what to do with it, and that'll be their charge.
And the software is pretty important, too, to get going on that.
Yes. Yeah.
That should help us.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't you have this referral sheet?
Oh, are there any suggested agenda items other than those that we discussed earlier this evening?
No.
You're always welcome to email them as well.
In
Joyce is pretty quick about putting them on the sheet.
case it's not on the list, the funding of the school nurses?
Oh, my goodness, that's June 3rd.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're packing that one.
June 3rd, among
Right,
many other
and
things.
as mentioned earlier, yeah, I'll send an email to follow it up, but like having some sort of threshold amount for money moving within the budget that the board would have to approve.
We already have a policy when it goes between object codes. But this was between enterprise funds, so probably should relook at that.
All right.
Are you done? So, before I move, let me just say that absolutely, this was the most intellectual board meeting I have ever been on. Saturday.
I commend you, really.
Yeah,
You were all
absolutely.
so thoughtful.
Yeah, high level thinking. Thank you. So, motion to adjourn. Don't anybody say no.
Do I hear a second? Second. Okay. Without objection, we're adjourned.